Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son. Ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
Hello, my people. LEMFI, the International Money Transfer Service, is here to provide you with a simple and efficient money transfer experience with no fees and the best rate in the industry. If you are in the US, UK, and Canada, LEMFI is here to serve you and help you transfer money to over 21 countries. In all ramifications, they are better than their competitors. We at the Dr. Damages Show are happy to partner with them to satisfy your needs. To that end, anyone who signs up with them using the referral code DOCTOR will get $30 cash back the first time you send $100 or more. From now until July 10th, 2024, LEMFI will enter your name into a raffle draw where you can win an iPhone, Apple Watch, MacBook, gift cards, and others. For an icing on the cake, the first 20 people to use Dr. Damages code DOCTOR will get a signed copy of one of his books, This American Life Safe or Chimamanda, The Adventures of Little Mermaid's African Cousin. Hello, my people. LEMFI.
Afternoon, welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
My brother from America.
Wow, so excited! Nwachukwu, hurry up. I'm so excited!
Ta-da! Surprise! Surprise! How are you guys?
I'm
Nice to see you.
I'm live!
With Help Me Waka, I came to your house. From your brother in America.
Wow!
Are you happy? Help Me Waka, the people who do what? Run errands for you in Nigeria and in Ghana. Say Ghana. Ghana. Say Ghana. Nigeria and Ghana. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka. Say Help Me Waka.
Help me waka!
Help Me Waka, the people who run errands for you.
Afternoon, welcome.
I'm not welcome.
Yes, I got your call. Who sent this to me?
My brother from America.
Wow, so excited! Nwachukwu, hurry up! I'm so excited!
Ta-da!
And tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
because you are a woman as a reason for doing or not doing anything. All over the world, girls are raised to make themselves likable, to twist themselves into shapes that suit other people. Please do not twist yourself into shapes to please. Don't do it. If someone likes that version of you that is false and holds back, then they actually just like a twisted shape and not you. And the world is such a gloriously multifaceted, diverse place that there are people in the world who will like you, the real you, as you are. We females are so often socialized to silence. Don't silence that voice. Dare to take. Never, ever accept because you are a woman as a reason for doing or not doing anything. All over the world, girls are raised to make themselves likable, to twist themselves into shapes that suit other people. Please do not twist yourself into shapes to please. Don't do it. If someone likes that version of you that is false and holds back, then they actually just like a twisted shape and not you. And the world is such a gloriously multifaceted, diverse place that there are people in the world who will like you, the real you, as you are. We females are so often socialized to silence. Don't silence that voice. Dare to take.
Hello,
Yeah, good
everyone.
morning. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining us this Saturday evening and early Sunday hours. This is your girl, Tope O, joining you today on today's podcast. Hope you all had a great week. We thank God for life. Today we'll be uncovering if domestic violence is a family private matter or social issue. We will discuss what we understand as domestic violence, types of domestic violence, factors that trigger it, post trauma reactions, and the role of the extended family and religious groups in mitigating domestic abuse or violence. As always, please remain respectful and be open to people's views without judging. This is a safe space to air your opinion. Adama.
Yes, good evening, everyone, from wherever you're watching us from. My name is Adama, and Tope, happy Saturday to you. You know, it's a Sabbath for me. Happy
Happy
Sabbath,
Sabbath. Happy Sabbath.
electricity. How is everyone doing? Well, Tope, today's show is a very interesting one, and I'm looking forward to it. We have so many things that we need to talk about, and the topic says abuse, domestic. We are talking about abuse, the word abuse. So we are going to define what abuse is. We're going to look into the various type of abuse. And at the same time, we welcome our viewers to come in and join. This is a segment where you can come in without your camera on. Feel free. There's a link sent out. Click on the link, join us and come be one of our panelists. We just ask that you keep an open mind, be respectful with your comments, and welcome to the show. Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, ladies. This is a very interesting topic, particularly in the space called Nigeria, Africa. While it is a worldwide issue, in some countries there are more provisions in dealing with this matter. However, in our community, in our society, uh, it's often dealt with indoors. So, as the topic, behind closed doors is domestic violence / abuse a private matter or social issue. When does it become a social issue, and why should it be a private matter? But like the ladies already said, we need to first of all understand what exactly is abuse, because it's I think that the word abuse itself has been abused. So imagine with the word abuse has been abused itself. So So we will look into it. So it is. I'll go back to Tope and Adama for them to be able to tell us what exactly is abuse. I use the floor to you, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
electricity.
go ahead.
Adama. Okay. Thank you.
I wanted to ask electricity. Could you please, do you mind highlighting the topic, please, if you don't mind? Thank you.
Uh, I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. So one can relate domestic violence, in my opinion, to a family abuse or a pattern of behavior that is used to hurt, terrorize, manipulate, or gain control over a family member. This can be experienced by any member of a family, such as an intimate partner, such as a spouse. It can be a parent, a child, a sibling, a relative, even a colleague at work, a member of your staff. So if we're looking at abuse from an intimate partner or spouse, we'll look at that as an intimate partner violence. And if a child is a victim of domestic abuse, then that will be taken as child abuse. But it's important to recognize that anyone can be a victim of abuse regardless of one's age, race or ethnicity, even gender, sexual orientation, class, or faith. Adama.
Yes, for me, when I hear the word abuse, I would like someone, maybe it's just a personal thing. When people hear the word abuse coming from a woman, we automatically think it's domestic abuse. When you are talking to me about abuse, define what kind of abuse you're talking about. For me, there are various type of abuse. We have domestic violence. We have financial abuse. We have mental. We have where kids, abuse their kids, where parents abuse their kids. So if you hear a woman saying, I'm being abused, all I ask is please define what kind of abuse. Because as a society, I think when we hear a woman talk about abuse, we automatically go to that, our mind goes directly to it is domestic without allowing the person to define what kind of abuse they are going through. And at the same time, men do get abused as well by women. We have women who are violent. We have women who are very abusive. We have women who can take things as far as you want to take it. So we are going to be looking at the issue on both sides, not just women alone. And I think when it comes to men, why abuse is not talked about is the stigma. If a man comes out and say to his friend, I'm being abused by my partner or my wife, he will get like, they will look at him like, guy, are you okay? Like, why are you saying that? You're the man of the house. No, understand what that person is saying. Because one, for someone like me who lives in the diaspora, women do have rights. And a lot of time women do take advantage of those rights. And what are those rights? By they can hit the man, like I have witnessed a woman, this is in the hospital, slap her spouse. And what can you say? You can't do anything but call security to have her exit. So in a situation like that, that is domestic abuse. You're not allowed to put your hands on anyone. Just because you have rights, or if you dial 911, they are going to listen to you, doesn't give you the right to abuse anyone. If you know you can't take the argument is getting too much, or whatever situation you guys have going on, I think I suggest people walking away and allow people to walk away if they don't want to address issues. It's their right to walk away. we do not have the right to put our hands on anyone, both male and female. Now, if I want to go back home, where the culture, women don't have, how do I say it? Well, a woman, if you report to your family, oh, this is what I'm going through, like I'm being abused, the first thing that come out, they will say, oh, let it go, forgive him. He's probably mad. He's probably overworked. We make excuses for the man. But at the same time, what I want us to look into, and I want us to keep an open mind, is we need to look at it from the African culture, and we need to look at it as someone living here in the diaspora, where men feel a lot of our women abuse those rights. They are quick to call 911 in every situation. So it's going to be an interesting topic. So that's the point. That's the angle I'm looking at it from. And the most important part is, if you say you're going through abuse, please define what kind of abuse you're going through. Thank you. Electricity, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you very much. That is a lot for me to even take in, because you did highlight the the easy, I mean, the quick way of calling in diaspora, calling authority. Well, the point you made is, what sort of abuse is that individual going through? I often ask myself, if I raise my voice at you, if we are having an argument as couples, and I raise my voice, does that constitute as abuse? Because I've heard people say, some ladies say, "Oh, your voice is too high. That is abuse." So, is everything now abuse? How do we navigate around this thing to be able to understand that not everything constitutes as abuse? Like you rightly said, if the situation is not palatable, what you need to do is to excuse yourself from that situation. Do people get abused? Definitely. Should they seek for help? Definitely. But this has to be defined. And some of us have gone ahead to even fabricate lies and call it abuse. But what we are saying here is, should these matters be dealt indoor, or is social issues, in that we bring it out in the open, we cry out when it's well defined, and seek for help. And we also must not make excuse. I will never make excuse for the abusers, because they abuse people. But at the same time, also, we have to also understand where they're coming from, because some of these abusers have seen or have experienced some things, had some experience in their life. And as such, they've been shaping, their mind has been shaping to them. That is a way of life, to inflict pain on their fellow human being, either man to man, father to son, daughter to mother, mother to daughter. And this has resulted in the breakup of relationship, destroy homes, families beyond repair, and some keep enemy till death do them pass. So here is it, ladies. Again, I ask, whether financial, emotional, psychological, whichever or whatever name you want to put it, how do we define this? How can you tell me this situation is a financial situation, financial abuse, if I refuse to give you money as if you go by the tradition, the culture back in Nigeria and Africa. The man provides for his family. If he doesn't give her money or enough money, does that constitute as financial abuse? If he refuses her to work, does that constitute as abuse? I yield the floor to
No,
you, please.
hold on. Can you dive back? You said if the man refuses to work, does that
No.
constitute?
If the man refuses the wife to work or the woman to work, does that
Mhm.
constitute as abuse?
Okay.
The floor is all yours.
Could you highlight the
We,
names if you don't mind? Thank you.
yeah,
Adama, we lost you for a second.
I'm sorry about that. Eagles Air, welcome to the show. And if there's anything you want to say, sir, this is the time. Can you hear us, sir? Eagles Air, can you unmute?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly right now.
Yeah.
Thank you once again for this segment. And these are the kind of things we need to look into it in a society. What I want us to understand is this abuse we are talking about is of many types. There's what is called organizational abuse. There's what we call power abuse. Then there is what we call financial abuse or material abuse, psychological abuse, sexual abuse, domestic abuse, and physical abuse. So it depends on the area that we are looking at it that makes it to be abuse. Then when we want to define abuse, then in a single term or in a simple term, it's a misuse of power. Misuse of power. That means, or misuse of authority or position. That means you have already abused the authority that you have or the power you have. For instance, here right now, the person that is anchoring this segment now or this program, that you know that we need to move sequentially in this very platform right now as the panelists. But you determine to be picking electricity, Pastor Andrew or Adama, then jumping one or two people, about 2 or 3 topics that he have treated it, and he gave other people time to give their own comments. We have some people that he did not give them time to give their own view. That means the immediately that you are participating in that, you are abusing the authority being given to you. Because what did he do that time? Discrimination have taken place that moment. Then when discrimination take place in a society or in an organization, that means you have abused the power being given to you to handle the segment. Now, another thing we need to talk about abuse in a society is that when authority or power is given to somebody in organization, for instance, let's use Nigeria as an example of what we talk about the abuse. You know, in Nigeria government, there's abuse of power in Nigeria government. How did they abuse the power they have, the authority they have? They abuse the power they have by using something like discriminations, that this one is my own. So if my own do not enter, if my own do not do this thing will not work out, without knowing whether the person you are trying to put in that position, whether the person will perform or not. They don't care. What you care that you have put the person in that place. That they have abused the office, they have abused the power being given to you. For instance, right now we are talking about before this program, we discussed concerning a chief justice of federation and the woman that the current president of Nigeria, Tinubu, brought right now. to present her before the House of Senate and all the rest of them. Now, if you watch the cabinet of Tinubu, you find out that majority of them are dominated by Yoruba. I'm not trying to be bigotry or total nature. I want us to understand how it is, like the way Buhari did his own. Now, you can see that they don't care whether the person they're putting in that place, whether the person knows what to do in that moment or know how to handle the office or not. But what they care that I brought my own person, that is abuse of office. Now, another situation I have to talk about domestic abuse. Domestic abuse. Some time ago, we have a program, and I said that sometimes women are quick to tell a man his own duty in the house, but they are not quick to tell themselves their own duty in the house. What do I mean? A bulb in the house right now, electricity bulb, may have an issue. The woman will tell the man, come and change this bulb. It's your own duty to change this bulb. But the woman have forgotten that the man you asked to change this bulb, that wake up in the morning, he have not said good morning to him. You wake him up from the sleep and ask him that, please, this bulb is not working, come and change it. But you have not said good morning to the young man. What did he do that moment? He have refused to pay the respect to the young man and tell the man what he need to do in the house without recognizing the position of the man in the house. When sometimes the man will say, you have not said good morning to me, what happened? The woman began to say that, whoever has, first of all, has said good morning is acceptable. I hope you understand where I'm going. So
yeah, I understand where you're going.
There's many types of abuse we see in the home. Sometimes a woman will, for instance, there's something that happens in Nigeria. When I travel to Nigeria, there's something that happened at that place. What is it that happened? A young man at the weekend, when he wants to wash his clothes, when he wants to do some laundry, he will carry his own clothes, the children and the wife's own, and put it into a laundry machine and wash it. Because the wife always busy, because the wife is a medical doctor. So she don't have time most of the time. So the man say, okay, let me be of help on this area. Do you know what happened? In a long run, the woman began to see it as a duty of the man. Then when the man said that, no, it's not my duty to wash his clothes, the woman said, no, you have to do it because you know that I'm busy at the office. I cannot be cooking and be doing this. I come back and do this. But when the man offered himself to be as a help to others, but the woman abused the opportunity which the man give to him, then maybe of help of doing this laundry in the house. I hope that's what I'm saying.
I need to push back on that. I wouldn't take that as abuse. I'll just take it that maybe the wife was taking advantage of the situation, not abuse.
Taking advantage of somebody in office is abuse.
Not domestic abuse. I won't take that as domestic abuse.
Then that was the truth.
Okay, but Mr. Eagles, the only pushback I have for you is, I believe we're a product of our environment. And saying that is, another thing is the background, how you grew up in your home. If you grew up in a home where chores are not labeled women or men's thing, if you get married to a woman, I've met men who are good cooks. I've met women who can cook. At the end of the day, both of them are married to the separate people who have learned to put up with them. Now, what I want us to focus on now, I want you to speak on is, when it comes to abuse, speak about what do you think as a man that will warrant a man, or I don't want to go like, okay, I want you to focus on domestic, financial, and mental. So those three. If you need me to help, I can come in.
Yeah, In terms of domestic abuse, there's a lot of things that the way you talk to your spouse, the way you speak to the person determine whether you abuse the person or not. If you speak to your wife or your spouse or your whoever that you are living together in a house so harshly without feeling any remorse, that means you have abused the person. But it depend on the terms of the word they use. Please, I want you to understand the kind of words he use determine that you abuse the person. I hope you understand what I'm saying. There's something I observe in life. If you, for instance, when I say, "Egos, are you mad?" I will say, "No, I'm not mad." That's the question they asked me. He didn't tell me, "Egos, you're mad." He said, "Are you mad?" I said, "No, I'm not mad." But when he said, "Egos, you're mad," that means he abused me. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
That's a
So
verbal abuse.
some people will see it as abuse, but I personally didn't see it as abuse because that's a simple question he asked me. Okay, let me ask you the question now. Can you solve maths? He will tell me
Nope.
yes or no.
Yes.
That's a simple question. He asked me, "Am I mad? Are you mad?" I said, "No, I'm not mad."
And
Before you
so
ask me, "Are you
that
mad?"
becomes a
Probably
cultural thing. Sorry for cutting
no.
you short.
Yeah.
That's a cultural thing because it's like saying, "Are you mad?" Is like a normal thing in Nigeria to just say it. Are
Mm,
you mad? But if you say it
mm.
or you crazy, crazy worry you. People won't take it as being verbally abusive in Nigeria, but in actual sense, if you're
No,
if
Tokwa, I
you're
quite
saying,
don't agree. I don't agree. Depends on who you're using their language with.
and that's why I said the background and a cultural thing.
So are you
All
trying to
these
tell
things.
me, okay, hold on, Mr. Eagles. Are you trying to
Yeah.
say if you say to your husband, "Are you mad?" that he should take it as what? I'm not getting that. Tokwe.
Not at all. I think you're not getting what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
In
please let me
the African,
let me come this way. Let me come in a religious way right now. When somebody said to you, "Are you possessed?" or somebody said to you, say that you are possessed. Personally, if you tell me that I am possessed, I will say, "Possessed of what?" I'm a possessed of my phone. I'm a possessed of my wife. I'm a possessed of love. But when he said to me, "Are you are possessed of evil spirit?" I know that he have crossed the boundary. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So
yeah.
he can be possessed of anything. But
Okay.
when they bring another side of it in a wrong side of it, that's when you're going to look at it as an abuse.
I
Okay.
quite
I
no no
hope
no
you.
no 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 no. I kind of I push back. You this is what you're not speaking on. I want you to focus on the word abuse. And let me when I say abuse, we are talking about marriage, relationship, whatever situationship you have going on. In our
Yeah,
community, in the African community, you've heard this thing. I believe you live in the diaspora or wherever
yeah.
you reside. And I want you to look at it
I
from the
live in India. I'm already in India.
okay. So I want you to look at it from the angle of you and your wife have an argument, and for some reason you hit her or she hits you. Is that okay? And tell us why it's not okay. Or every time you see her put on a clothes. Now let's talk about this, which may not sit well with a lot of people.
Yeah,
Some men are big on appearance, how their women look. And forget that I don't know what, like everyone, like to each his own. Like if you see your wife look a certain way, you're like, why are you looking like this? You've gained so much weight. Like you're speaking to your wife like that. So my question is, when do we draw the line and say we've gone too far with how we treat or speak to that person? And when does it become abusive? Because when something keep happening over and over and over and over, and this person brings it to your attention, I don't want to go to physical, I'm talking about emotional.
yeah.
When do you as a man realize that what you're doing is wrong?
Right now, let's tell ourselves the truth. No matter whatever thing that happens between you and your spouse, you have no right to raise your hand and beat her. When you beat her, you are abused her. And that beating that you beat her will cause up so many things in her life, and also you as a man. One, if you love your woman about 90%, you have a love of 90% for her. In the moment you raise your hand and beat her, that love have reduced. That's the own side of a man. The thing have affected you. Now, the woman itself, the beating that you gave to her have affected her emotionally. That's the main problem that we have. But there's something that we need to do in some extent. When a conflict or misunderstanding or argument have come in a level of equilibrium of nobody be able to endure, what you need to do, for me as a man, is to walk away from the house that moment. Because one, it cannot settle a problem with a war. That's what you need to do. But the woman itself, the way she approach you, the way she speak to you, determine that she abused you verbally. There are some words that you can use against your husband. He have abused the young man to the extent. So we need to be careful the kind of word we use against our spouse, against somebody we are living in the house. Because there are some words that he use, it will sound so harsh. And when you use a harsh word to somebody that you're living in the house together with, you have abused the person emotionally, because everything starts emotional before coming out physically. Now to tell ourselves the truth. So the word that you use determine the kind of abuse that you give to the person and nothing more. That's my
Okay,
own take on it.
thank you, Eagles, for your comment. I want to make a comment based on the tone, and you had mentioned it earlier on the way one speaks to someone, and I also wanted to answer to a question that electricity had raised earlier on regarding raising one's voice, if that will be taken as being abusive. So from a personal experience in my life, I've struggled with the tone issue. So I have a husband who's spent over 30 years in the United States, and I've spent most of my life in Nigeria. And we constantly go back and forth every single, I can say almost every single day, over the tone, my tone. He spent, like I said, over 30 years here. He's used to when one is communicating, you communicate in a particular tone that doesn't sound abusive or like being a threat. But uh, and I'm coming from a background, Nigeria setting, where when you're trying to stress your opinion or your point, it's assumed as though you're yelling. And the other party who is on the receiving end may kind of take it as you being verbally abusive or trying to send out a threat. And I've tried as much as possible to explain to him that, hey, I'm not yelling in this situation. I'm just basically trying to put out my opinion to you so that you understand my point of view on this particular topic. So back to what the electricity said, raising one's voice, because I'm a victim of it, and I'm still struggling. I'm a work in process on the tone issue. I will link that to a cultural influence when one is attempting to stress their opinion. And I'm not sure whether it was it electricity or was it Iguze who also talked about finances. Was it Adama? I can't remember. Someone mentioned about finances as a form of abuse. when a man doesn't give a woman money, I'll take that as yes, it does exist. Some men who find themselves in the position of being the breadwinner and taking care of all the bills and financial obligations in the house may sometimes tend to use finances as a form of a control mechanism when they're trying to hit at their spouse for one reason or the other. Again, it's a form of control. Adama.
I'd like to hear from electricity. Electricity, I'm going to go to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Adama, you said something about hypothetically, if I say to you, as my wife, you are fat, you're putting on weight, does that constitute as an abuse? That's one. Number two, the two is for the floor and the audience and the viewers. If I deprive you of that bedroom factor, I use the word deprived of bedroom factor due to misunderstanding, a month, two, three, does that also constitute as an abuse? I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Is that for
Oh,
Adama?
One is for Dama.
Yes, I think you're
So
not the best
serious.
person to answer that.
huh?
Huh?
What do you mean, Tope?
Well,
I'm not saying anything.
he
Go
didn't
ahead.
address it to me. He said Adama. Just so you
No,
know.
no, no, no. One is
No,
for Adam.
electricity, I'll answer your question. This is the question. If you tell your spouse that the way they are looking, they've gained weight or anything, I think it's all about the tone, how you say it. And how are you encouraging her to lose weight? We all have struggled with weight. Personally, me, we all have. I've struggled with my weight, but at the same time, you making your health a priority for me should be common sense. Maybe because it has something to do with my field as a healthcare person. But at the same time, we need to be mindful of the tone we use in communicating. Communication is a two-way street. Are you communicating to understand or are you communicating to respond? When I say respond, communication means to me, I am understanding what you're saying, and at the same time, whether I agree with what you say, I see where you're coming from. So at the same time, it boils down to a lot of us, when we hear something, we're so quick to respond, including me. But the older I got to know that you do not necessarily have to agree with that person is saying, but understand that that person is looking at it from their point of view and you agree to disagree. You admitting that you are wrong doesn't make you less of any human being. And I think mostly for men is an ego issue. Men have a hard time saying, okay, some men, let me not say men, some men and some women too have a hard time saying, I'm wrong. Um, I apologize. How can I fix it? Like, what can I do to? We need to learn to communicate better. And when I say communicate better, calmly, even when your voice goes out of base, come back. I've communicated with my kids where I say something, even as a parent, I knew I was out of pocket. And I come back when I'm calm and I apologize to them because no human being wants to feel that their opinion isn't valid. But for you to listen to how they feel plays a big role. And when you say, to your other question, when you say holding back when it comes to the bedroom, women do it a lot. And more, I hate it. We need to stop it.
What will you call that?
can,
Adam, what will you call that? Is that an abuse?
you're depriving your husband of his rights.
But is that an abuse?
To me, I would say is a form of, I don't know what the word I want to
Neglect.
use.
Will it be neglect? Neglecting someone?
Neglecting.
Yes.
I think that would be a friendly word, because you're neglecting. Why would you say neglect? He said you've gone 1 month, 2 months, you don't want to give in, or you don't want to do anything when it comes to the bedroom.
Yes, you're
So,
neglecting the person.
huh?
Or like you said, neglecting the person, depriving the person of sex.
This is just me speaking. Okay, let me speak for myself. For me, I don't like personal thing.
We lost you for a second. We lost you for a second, Adam. We lost you for a second.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can you hear me? All right. I say for me, personally, I don't like going to bed mad. That's just my own personal preference. Whatever, no matter how mad I am at something, I like to address it and go to bed with a clean mind. And there's something I always say, my bedroom is my kingdom. When I say my bedroom is my kingdom, is where everything happened. So if we can't trash anything, if we can't discuss anything, if I can't let go of anything, once I walk into that bedroom, I just want to have peace of mind. And I don't like coming to bed with any negative energy. And me personally, I can go 2 months, or no, forget it. Is it that serious? If you can go 2 months without having that, you both might as well go your separate ways. Because are you kidding me? Unless you just had a
Did you
baby.
just say you can go 2 months without?
I said I can't go to. Why would I go 2 months if I'm not pregnant, or if I don't have any medical issue, depriving my husband of his needs? Are you kidding me? Why would I do that? There's no reason for that. There is no situation that you both cannot sit on the table as two grown adults and talk about it. If you cannot talk about it, then something is wrong. That's why I said it boils down to communication, and it boils down to letting things go. A lot of us, we like holding it, we like holding on to things, nitpicking. Oh, you did this to me last week, you did this to me. You we like bringing up things. Address issues, and when you address issues, let them go. If you can't let them go, it's not worth addressing. Then you need to tell that person why you can't let it go. But if you drag it on where to it comes into your bedroom, where he touches you, your whatever your situation is, or that person touches you, and you say, "Oh, baby, get your hands off of me," it makes no sense. It makes no sense. That means you have a deeper issue more than the arguments. Am I making sense here?
Absolutely.
Yes,
I hope I answered your
yes.
question. I yield it back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Listen, I think let's make this more realistic, practical. Let's practicalize it. I think we are just, in my opinion, we are just looking at the theoretical aspect. Let's practicalize it, okay? Because the truth be told, a lot of relationship has been destroyed as a result of this word abuse, domestic violence. And if you look by the word violence, what does it mean? So, if I hypothetically again to our Reverend Sister Dama, uh, if 2 months, like you said, you just argued that you can't. Why will you stay 2 months without doing it? So
Doing
if
what?
you are
Doing what? Electricity.
doing that thing, I'm a child. I have
Talking, what are you
children.
talking about? He's talking about being intimate. You're acting like you don't know what he's talking about.
I'm not. Seriously, I don't understand what he's saying. Say it as it is,
He,
please.
he wants him to be vocal over whatever thing he's
Okay.
saying.
All
So
right, no problem.
Andrew, Pastor, Bishop, Pope, be vocal.
All right. In terms of being intimate, in terms of the sexual aspect of it, it's not difficult for me to say. But as a child, you have to understand where I'm coming from. Being intimacy at the moment. So if I deprive you for 2 months, hypothetically, do you consider that as an abuse? I'm abusing you.
It's a serious
Hello?
abuse. Yeah, it's a serious abuse. I have to say the
How?
truth.
How?
Now, let me come in right now.
Okay.
This bedroom denier. Most of women use it as a weapon of warfare. They use it as a weapon of warfare, a weapon of retaliating, probably based on what happened at the past. But let me tell you, when a woman have deprived a man what belongs to the man they're living in a house, is abuse of office, is a denier. And bear it in mind, Pastor, the First Corinthians said it as a pastor, say that a man has what to the woman, has the right to the body of woman, and the woman have the right to the body of the man. Then when you know that a woman, you're living in a house with your spouse or your husband or your whoever, and you know this is the area of settlement of anything that need to be settled, and this is your own office to make sure the man or the woman feel okay. And for 1 month, he have their mind for 1 month, 2 months. Let's tell ourselves the truth now. You're abusing the office they have, you're abusing the authority you have, you're abusing everything that make the relationship to be strong. That's the truth about it.
Eagle's air.
Yeah.
Have you attempted to have a conversation with the woman to find out why she has abandoned or neglected her husband and denied her husband of sex in the last 2 months? Why will a woman go and provide sex to her husband if she's being yelled at, cursed at, bullied, humiliated, gaslighted, harassed, or threatened by her husband, and no one can see that?
Tope, listen. We need to
I'm
get to a stage. No, Tope, listen. We need to get to a stage where maybe it's just me, where if we're bullying and doing this thing, let's handle that bedroom issue. Then the next day we'll continue from that bullying again. That's my mindset too. Because at the end of the day, sex is about pleasing. We both enjoying it.
Adama, are you saying if mentally I'm already crushed by your yelling, as my husband gaslighting me, making me feel bad, body shaming me, and then I leave that at the door, once I get to the bedroom, I still will be in the right frame of mind to have sex with you? Are you
So why
saying
did you
that?
come
I
sleep
want
next to him? Why did you
I,
come sleep
I
next to
want
him
to
at night? That's the
Well,
question.
I
it's
want
because
to
I didn't have a choice. That's
Really?
our bedroom. Yes.
Really? Then you should go sleep in the couch. You should go sleep in the couch where he wouldn't have access to you. Then that way you're communicating that you're still mad.
Why don't you, as a man, sleep in the garage and leave the bedroom for me?
please, I want to get to the right root of this thing so that we know where we are going and where we stand. First of all, all these things we are talking about, the man harassing you, saying all such a thing, it starts from stage by stage. It did not just start under one day to get to that level. It starts from somewhere, and it not start in a harsh way. It starts for minor issue. So how did you handle the minor issue before you get to that level? That's the main question. That's the things we need to look about it.
May I come in, please?
Go ahead.
And you're not coming in to ask a question, you're coming in to make a comment on the questions you asked.
Yeah, yes. I'm making a comment. Thank you for the reminding me. We are not in the courtroom. Thank you very much. I take back all questions, and I want to buttress what somebody. I'm echoing back to me. I don't want any. Thank you very much. I want to buttress what Adama said. Uh, in terms of if there is an argument. Now, in terms of abuse, literal abuse, particularly physical abuse, it becomes very difficult for the woman or the man, depends on who is being abused, to yield emotionally to the opposite sex and have intimacy with. Because if you beat me, you battered me, it will be difficult for me to yield that. But on the flip side, if it's just an argument, like the argument that went on between Adama and Tope right now, let's say they are opposite sex now, I think that shouldn't stop it from that intimacy from happening, because I come to understand that from both experience and knowledge that even though it doesn't solve the problem, it opens room for both of you to be able to talk. Because if you are able, I repeat for emphasis, if you are able to participate or to carry out that act despite the argument or the misunderstanding that took place between the both of you, then that issue can easily be discussed. It doesn't solve it at that moment, but it can be discussed. So these are the aspects we have to look at as well too. Physically battered, there's no way I'm going to yield to you. If you physically battered me, beat the hell out of me, punch me, and now expect me to now yield to you or be drawn to you or be emotionally now connected to you, that will be very difficult because this thing works with the brain as well too. I
I
don't know if
agree.
I'm able to.
Yes, I agree,
Uh,
Legacy, and that was why I was saying that why will it be so easy for a woman to have
Beside all this, like
if she's being abused, and I'm not even going from the physical abuse. You've said that punching and slapping and hitting and doing all that electricity. I'm looking at it from the emotional point of view. You humiliated me, you've cussed me out, you've bullied me, you've gaslighted me. There's no way I'll be emotionally linked and in the right frame of mind to want to have sex with you. So
okay. Sorry for interjecting you. Adama said I shouldn't ask a question, so I want to see how I can phrase this thing without asking a question. But you see, Adama, we can't avoid questions in this such a discussion because uh, we're talking about reality here. We're talking about real life here, real issue here now. Okay.
No,
In the
all I'm
event,
saying, no, electricity, understand what I said. If you're answering a question, make sure you have a response for that question you're asking as well. That's all.
okay, okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you. You see, I keep asking myself from, like I said, I repeat again, from experience and from knowledge. If there is a misunderstanding, I'm not talking about extreme abuse now, okay? I'm talking about just mere misunderstanding. How soon do we resolve that misunderstanding and we get back to action again? Do
This
we
is
drag it? Go ahead,
no,
go
no,
ahead.
no, no, no.
Go ahead.
Electricity, this is the thing. And I want Topa to understand what I'm saying. If someone gaslights you, be it your spouse, relationship, whatever situationship you have going on, like she said, gaslight you, you verbal abused me, you've done like, let's start with, these are issues you need to discuss with that person. Like I said to her, before going to lay with that person next to you in bed. It
thank you
boils
for
down to
addressing
what,
that. Thank you for addressing that
yes.
because the impression I had from your response was like, well, that's your duty. It's okay. That issue happened outside the bedroom. When you get to the bedroom, just open your legs and do your thing. That
No,
was what I got from you before, but I'm glad you are able to, clarify that now.
thank you. The point I'm trying to make here, it boils down to the first statement I made. When we as human beings learn to address issues before going to bed, if you know your bedroom that you're so mad at that person, You cannot stand sleeping next to that person. Please don't come into that bedroom with that person. It makes no sense. This is just my personal opinion. It makes no sense. If you cannot address that issue before you get to the bedroom where you both can lay down and you know you've trashed it, please, both parties should go look for where to sleep. Whoever needs to give up the main bed and go do the couch, whatever your situation is, at the end of the day, the ability to recognize that there is a problem here. I'm not happy with you. And I'm not happy with you because either you're not willing to address the issue or you're not recognizing that this thing you're doing is hurting me. Tell me, why should I lay in bed with you if I know I'm not happy with you? That's the point I'm coming from. And I said to you, I said, me personally, my personal preference, I don't like going to bed mad. If that thing cannot be addressed, I know it has to be moved, and it's something I know I cannot get to, I can't fix. I just don't want to talk about it and I'll go to bed. But at the same time, let's learn that once we are able to communicate what we disagree with, speak, both parties speaking to each other, listening. Now you see where communication comes in. And for you to, the ability for you to recognize that, oh, I did this. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you felt this way when I said this. I'm sorry. Sometimes we as human beings tend to take things out of context. When we started the show, I made a statement. When a woman walks up to you as a man or a woman and say, I'm being abused, the first thing that goes to your mind is domestic abuse. And I said this, all I need is a clarification. What kind of abuse are you going through? I do not want to be put in a situation where I'm making, so I'll get to know you, I'll ask you, okay, you're being abused, what's going on? So at the end of the day, the point I'm making when it goes back to spouse, relationship, situationship, please learn to address your issues before going to bed. It makes no sense going to bed being mad at each other. That's just my personal preference. Thank you.
Thank
Yeah,
you
I
for
would
Yeah,
like to.
well,
thank
Sorry.
you for
you
joining
said
us.
the right thing.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Jonaba and Blackstone. You're welcome. Blackstone, your take. The Blackstone, are you there?
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes, we can hear you now. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Good morning, Abby. Good evening to everybody.
Good evening.
So actually, I just joined. I don't have a catch of the actual topic.
So we're discussing today domestic violence. If this is a family private matter or if it's a social issue. Before you came in, we've kind of talked about the types of domestic violence. From what we've talked about, we've discussed physical abuse. We've talked about emotional or psychological abuse. Basically, that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you. Domestic violence can be in different forms. So, and most of the time when we talk of domestic violence, we are most of the time refer to physical violence. So, and this physical violence happens in various ways, and also from both parties. It depends who's more, who is stronger in this area, who's more, who has an upper hand actually. But I think also, like you said, we also have emotional violence, which is also very, very common. And so it depends actually on the both party involved. If it's a private, going to be a private matter or it's a public matter. For me, I believe that when it comes, when it gets to a point whereby the person that is being abused cannot take it anymore, that's when most of the time it comes something. I won't call it a public issue, but I don't think it's always good to take the family issues or relationship issues to the social media or things like that. You can talk to your family members, friends of the person, or things like that, and be able to sort it out. Especially, let me just keep it in the issue of married couples, right? Who has this issue of violence within the family, within the home. I think the best way that instead of taking it to the out of the home to social media, you can keep it within the family. Yeah, you can talk to the mother, the father of the spouse. You can come together and discuss about it and try to find a reason why the violence is there. Why there this physical violence and what is leading to it. But one thing I have to say here is that physical violence is actually a thing that is embedded on that person, right? So if you cannot, any man or any woman who cannot resist anger is prone to be violent, and this lead to physical violence. And no matter how much you love your partner, but if you cannot be able to handle anger, if you easily get annoyed, and if you cannot be able to understand how your partner talk to you, sometimes it's a pattern, sometimes both the man or the woman may have this attitude, this character that a little thing over just a little misunderstanding can result to abuse, and then taking it to the next level, then resulting to physical violence. So we actually have to understand ourselves. You have to understand your partner, how he or she react when there's arguments, when there's a misunderstanding. Then the other person, how do you handle this situation? Are you gonna just cool down, take a deep breath, walk away from that situation? So there's a lot to do by both parties when they are in this situation of abuse or physical violence, and one thing you also have to understand that we have to actually understand how your partner react, what are the things that make him or her react, what are the issues. And I can say that this attitude of violence is embedded in the person. It's a character of that person. And if that person knows that he or she is prone to violence, is he willing to work on himself or herself? Is he willing to be able to find a soft landing when there is a misunderstanding, when there's arguments, and so on and so forth? So I don't think I think everything has a solution. Everything can be worked out if we are able to humble ourselves, able to understand our partner, and instead of taking it to the public, you have to seek advice from your closest friends, family members, and when we are able to find the reason why this is a regular thing, or it does happen not even regularly but once in a while, can be able to solve that issue. The other thing is that we're also talking about was that in the inner room, right? I don't think that will actually solve the problem. And I also think that you should deny your partner your body because of maybe you have misunderstanding or you just a quarrel. There's a violence. You can just keep him off of you for months or for weeks, right? So, like the Bible says that don't let the sun go down on your anger. So sometimes we have to be able to find a way to actually adjust ourselves and come back and discuss about the issue. I always tell people that you have to understand the right time, the right atmosphere to discuss some issues. You have to understand your partner to that level that when he or she is in a good mood to discuss an issue, if you know that that issue is something very pertinent to him or her, or will lead to misunderstanding or things like that, or in case there's already a misunderstanding, will you walk out and take it, just let the fire cool down, let it cool down, and later can come back to that discussion again and say, try to bring it up in a very lovely, friendly way, right? So these things are there. It happens in every family. Let's not deny, let's not deceive ourselves. Once in a while, we have this emotional violence or physical violence, but when it become a regular thing, when it becomes like making the other person a bossing, like a bossing ring, it becomes too much, right? And physical violence can lead to death, and which is very, very bad, which is not, and nobody will encourage it or want to go to that level. That is why we have to be very careful in whatever we are doing and how we treat people when it comes to physical violence. I don't think it should be encouraged. I don't think it should be thing that should be happening in a family. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blackstone. Mr. John Ava, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute your nest?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Software and Electricity Blackstone.
Good evening.
How you guys doing? Okay, I think I've been hearing you guys. It's interesting. First and foremost, the question to the answer of domestic violence, abuse, a private matter or social issue. It can be both. To me, that's my own. It can be private, it can be social. Private when it's not out of control, and once it's out of control, it's no more private. Even your neighbor can call in this part of the world if there is something that is unusual. And the issue of someone level of tolerance uh, and the approach of individuals, uh, it can make it much easier to tackle so that he doesn't go to the other room. And that could be, but sometimes those things go out of hand, depends on the approach. Uh, it's difficult when, uh, whether in a relationship, in general, when one will not take a highway, sometimes for peace.
Janaba, are you there? We can't hear you anymore.
You can hear me?
Yeah, now you're back. We lost you for a second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So, where do you hear me last? What is the last thing you heard?
Can't recollect. You just went off abruptly. But it was less than a second.
Okay. So, it can be, if it's not handled well. I heard Dama saying that it's a good thing to settle issues so that it does not go beyond sunset, just like found in the Bible of Pastor Electricity. So it's a good thing to do, but sometimes depends on what it is. It can go for a few days. So that is a reality. Normal way, yes, but the reality is depends on the gravity of what transpired. Uh, for instance, whether from the guy or from the woman, you can't have a physical education like a hit of each other and right away depends on the time of the day, and then in the night you want love offering. It doesn't go well quick like that. Someone has to calm down the emotions, and doesn't mean in that situation you are keeping malice. It just has to deal with it in your each of them. Everybody have a level of tolerance differently, and the way we deal with issue. Sometimes it can be the man that deal with it quicker. Sometimes it can be the woman, because it's not about showing who is stronger. It's about the home have to understand. If you are the one saying sorry, sorry all the time, and there is peace, sometimes you feel like you become so soft that the other partner is taking advantage. Even when you know you are right, it's okay. I know I'm right in this one very well. I'll just have to see how he or she respond to this thing that happened. And sometimes we become the way that, okay, I don't want issue, let's settle it, and then talk about it. And the purpose of bringing this in the public discussion is because it's a reality in our community that we see that. But then we are talking sometime about Western world approach. Our approach in other part of the world can be different, but in general, nobody want to be abused, but things happen, whether it's verbal abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, that lead to all of those things, denying each other. Your, what do you call it, sex. It's not that is right, but it has to be dealt with more people in your life. Sometimes people that you surround yourself with, your parents, it depends on your upbringing. They teach you all of those things, be there. And it doesn't mean that it has to be a man or woman that succumb in order to resolve its issue amicably. It's just that both of you have the responsibility to make sure everyone under your roof does not get contaminated with issues between you and your spouse. And sometimes this issue may come from outsiders, and you have to handle it well. You will not allow simply because somebody call your husband or somebody call your wife and say issues or complain or report you, and that one become what destroy your relationship. It has to be handled. And another thing is that we all have to know when is the right time to bring issue to each other. There are things that have a good timing, a good atmosphere to discuss. If it is not in the right time, no matter how you are coming from a very genuine way of solving issue, it can escalate to other things because the timing is not right. What are the timing? Sometimes some of this discussion is not that you're trying to pretend to your children, because you and your children also can have some issues, but it's because you think there are some things that are inappropriate to discuss in the presence of the of kids or somebody else that is around. We have to know when is the right time to solve our problem, and we have to know that what is it that other people, if you don't handle it here, even your parents, in Africa. I'm not talking about any one of you here, but around the world, anyone listening to us. Even our parent can make things worse and they can make things better. Or anyone that you confide in, that you share your issue with. I believe that it's dangerous not to have someone to confide issue with. Whether it's your friend or brothers or sisters or your parent, your guardians, it's okay. Nobody is an island and nobody is have to carry those things around. So sometimes people are here, people saying, "Oh, it's don't discuss your matter outside your marriage." We are not telling. I'm not telling you to take it to Market Square and talk about it. But you must have people in your life that you share your issue with, and those are your guardians, and those are the people who can look at you when you are wrong. They say, I think they may not even tell you they were wrong, but they say in this issue, I think you should take a highway and apologize, or they'll tell you one word, because those are the people who you know they have your best interest. They are not a surface friend, they are deep friends. And it can be your husband, it can be anybody. But for people to say, oh, I think that's too much to tell somebody that it's between you and your husband, you guys have to resolve it. Yeah, there are things that nobody will hear between you and your husband. But when things before you get to a level, 2 days, 3 days, and you know there are people in your life, even if it's your mom, even you don't have to put your husband or you put your wife on the phone and say, oh, this is what happened yesterday and it's eating me up and I think I need to deal with it. I think I wait too long. So the timing of everything, the longer you wait, it becomes more difficult to resolve quickly. And I don't think anybody need to prolong things like that. And that is my take for now.
Thank you, Mr. John Abba, for your point. Welcome, Miss Gladys Oyemba. We're so happy to have you. Your take, ma'am. Madam Gladys, you're mute.
Okay, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Is that Sister Adama?
This is Tokwe. Oh, Adama is here listening to.
Okay.
Welcome, ma'am.
How are you, Sister Tokwe?
Very well, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry, I just joined in now because I'm just coming in.
Okay. The topic we're discussing now is, if this uncovering if domestic violence is a family matter or a social issue. So basically, is it a private matter within the nuclear family or a social issue? We've jointly talked about the type of abuse, physical abuse, emotional or psychological abuse. Basically, that's where we've been at. And John Aber and Blackstone also basically touch base on allowing us share with those close to us in our family when we have such issues. So that's where we're at.
Okay. Abuse comes in diverse forms. At times it happens within the family circle. At times it happens possibly within those around where people are actually staying with us. I look at it in such a way that maybe, for instance, a woman that is married to a man, and at a point, the man begins to treat the woman like a slave, and she cannot speak out because there have been so many cases in Nigeria, not only Nigeria, even here in abroad, where the women stay quiet. Particularly, I know a particular group of people that no matter how wrong things are going in their marriages, they find it very difficult to speak up. And at times too, they use the church to cover up that once a woman is married, you remain married. You don't need to come back, no matter the situation. But at times you see that many of the women have gone and they can't come back. At least in the past 1 year or two, there have been instances where women have been killed carelessly because of staying in an abusive marriage. At least the one that is still fresh in our mind is that of Osinachi, the great gospel singer.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So, and there was this other lady too that came from England or where, She came in and then her house was set on fire and she died with her brother. Who did that? Her husband. If you have an issue with a woman who has kids for you, there are ways that you can resolve these issues. But where the issues cannot be resolved, the two parties can go their peaceful way. It is not a must that you have to stay put until your life is actually snipped out of you. And then is that marriage? So I look at it as a social issue too as well. That our society should begin to make people speak up and come out to express themselves, not making them, maybe if they come out to express themselves, they look at them as if they are not they have disgraced their families. Is it better for them to stay back in such abusive marriages and die inside it? So I think the society should begin to address issues the way it is. Even the church, whereby the woman will say, the pastor will tell you, I've prayed, go back to your husband. Even where the pastor knows that the two of you cannot be reconciled in any form, you are asked to go back home. And then when something happens, the people that are supposed to come up to speak the truth will not speak. So I don't encourage abuse in any form where it is noticed, whether in our marriages, even in our offices at times. You see that some ladies are bullied by their bosses. At times the men do it. At times the women too. Maybe if they want a young man to be their friend and the man is not doing it, they begin to look for ways to push the person down or to make sure that the person does not function well in the office. So at any level, it should not be encouraged. We should be able to begin to look for ways to tackle them before they get out of hand, not a situation where it leads to death. That's my humble contribution. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Miss Gladys. We appreciate your take. Electricity, do you have any thing to add before I ask a question?
No, go ahead and ask the question, please.
So I wanted us to discuss triggers when it relates to domestic violence. So triggers typically can be any scenario or a situation that can remind you of the person involved in a trauma that you experienced. We've talked earlier on about physical abuse. We all know basically what that means: cursing someone out, beating, slapping, kicking, and we also understand the emotional or psychological abuse aspect of either gaslighting, humiliating, bullying, or cursing out a person. Um, I wanted us to look at the triggers, what will be factors that will cause domestic violence to actually occur. On my part, I'll think um, drugs and alcohol and mental health problems are triggers that I will think are the foremost triggers that lead to abuse, especially when it comes to physical abuse. If you have someone who is addicted on drugs or alcohol, that that could impair their mental state at any point in time and can make them cause harm to another person. Mental health problems, too, if not checked or diagnosed early, could lead to one physically or emotionally causing abuse or hurt on another person. Adama, Blackstone, I think Adama stepped away. Blackstone, anything to add to triggers? I know you had mentioned earlier on about kind of if someone has inherent anger issues, it could be a trigger. Any other thing to add to that? The Blackstone, we can't hear you.
Okay. Sorry, it's just my network. Just change my network. I think there are many things actually that can trigger such anger, that can trigger anger, you know. And I think this so-called abuse, emotional abuse, whatsoever abuse comes from anger, actually, not only from being addicted to drugs or alcohol, even those that are not addicted to such things. If you have an anger issue and you lack forgiveness, any little thing that the other person might speak or might do that you do not like or the other person does not like can trigger that anger in that person. And when that anger is there, when it's triggered, it can lead to this type of abuse. So I believe that one of the major factor of this abuses is anger. It's anger, and anger also leads to even death, killing the other person. In fact, having a gun, So that is why we have what they call anger management. So we have to be able to understand how to manage our anger. What are the things that trigger that anger in us, and how, when we are angry, how do we behave? How do we manage it? And the other person, the partner should also understand that issue. I was talking to a person. We were talking about relationship, love, and everything. That person was able to convince me that if no matter how you love somebody and you lack character, you are one day going to abuse that person, because that character will definitely one day overshadow the love you have for that person, and you do things that might make you feel or look down that person and do things you don't expect to do, or that person don't expect you to do. So I think one of the greatest thing that trigger this thing is anger. A person that is alcoholic or have that issue, I know that if, for example, a person that's alcoholic come home to meet his spouse at home, maybe the wife or the husband, and then how do you handle that situation? How do you talk to the person? Do you show love, or do you begin to abuse and things like that? I know sometimes when it's a continuous thing that happens every day, it becomes sometimes unbearable. And before a person can react such a situation, he or she might not even know. And from that place, it trigger the anger in that person, and the abuse may start. So I believe that one of the biggest thing is anger. And when we are able to manage our anger, we will be able to reduce that abuse, that attitude of abuse. If we have that anger in us, we're able to learn to manage it, and also then can be able to reduce the tendency of abusing the other person. But there are also some people that even when they are angry, they just walk away from that situation, go and take some fresh air, cool down. I will never forget when I was young, a pastor said one thing which today I will never forget. He said, if somebody slap you, count, before you slap the person back, count 1 to 10. And maybe before you count 1 to 10, many thoughts is flash through your mind, and you might not end up not doing anything, and they're just walking away. So that's some of the things we have to learn, how to handle that situation, this situation at that particular time, so that it could not escalate to other things. So no matter what we are, what we do, and everything, when anger is involved, it can escalate to any other thing. Thank you.
Thank you, the Blackstone. Welcome, Mr. Triumph, for joining us today. Your take before we have others talk about the triggers.
Yes, so good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, guys. I'm happy to be here. Let us be real for a moment. Understand? Let us be real. I love being real when I do my things, but I don't want to be politically correct. As for now, I'm not selling my market. Understand? One thing just that I'm against domestic violence. Understand? I'm against domestic violence. Sometimes I don't like men that even many of my friends when I had some of their issues, their stories that they beat their partners. I get really irritated and I have to cut them off. Understand? Sometimes there was a time I was doing the research. I say, Kini woman here saw Kilo saw before she took that the beating of her life. And what did she do? She did something. Understand? One thing is that I don't like the way sometimes what like now it's hardly for me to be annoyed. I like to smile. When I see problem, I run away. I just give it that space. When you finish your thing, I come back. You understand? Like now, what's it called? Mr. Blackstone is tried. He counts up to 10. 10 cannot. 10 seconds is not okay for me. So I take breathe in and breathe out. It to cool the tension. I count it up to 50 with my teeth, with my tongue and my teeth. I count 50 just to calm everything down. I know it's not that easy. Sometimes your partner can be irritating. Totononi, it can be irritating. Sometimes you don't talk, that's when they will come and feel bebe lobe. Okon soro, okon so gbogbo ẹ̀ náà ni. So sometimes why are you laughing? Totononi, I'm saying the truth now. Eziokwu ka m na-asụ. Eh? So, 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 so one thing is that when the man doesn't do his responsibilities, and he wants to take authority, that's when the woman will comes up. I know some people that has mouths now. I won't call their names. They will use mouth and put you where before you know, my beyond Kurunyenoni, if he angry the man before you don't remove handle. Bim. And again, so that's it. So let us be
But
real. Let us be real.
Mr. Triumph, I need to push back on that. You have no reason to raise your hand and hit another
There
person.
is over 8,001
If
reasons
you
to
don't
do it,
have,
but you
if
don't
you
do it.
don't have anger issues and you don't have control,
You know something? Have you ever dated somebody that even though you don't beat people, you will say, no, me, if not a man, touch me.
that one they just women that like you said, Bebe Lube, they just say that they don't. Who wants to be?
You have not taken a good slap from a woman. Oh, my jail. I know what many guys will be pretending here. Me, I'm real. Oh. You understand? Some men are taking beam and for them not to be, and when it's private, if it's indoors, the man will not say anything. But when the external does, well, the man will react to, will show that he's the man. Before you know, text these days of internet, it will be in the social media. People say that they don't touch their man, they don't touch the woman. You're no, you're no. Let us be real. Let us be real. Me, I don't beat women, no, but I've seen people that does it. Sometimes when they start complaining, I say, "Kini woman so kilo so." What did she say? The last minute, and kilo she noni. Understand? If you're not happy with somebody, you leave. That's what I used to tell people. Just to avoid those drama.
Just walk away.
That is it, oh. Just that you have peace of mind. Eh? There's a woman that sometimes if you want to sleep, that's when they will wake you up. I tell you, they'll ask you questions. All those jam questions, you know that you don't have the answer. Why did you say this? Who was that? Eh? Uh, Igwe, why are you laughing? I'm being real now. I won't be wrong also. Come on, Lord, phone okru. What are they looking for? What are they looking for? Before you know, start asking questions. Me, I talk with experience. Too. That's when I say
On the
true
way you
lawyer be.
talk, I know you don't beat many women, Taya.
Hey, I can bet it. the Blackstone. I've never once raised up my hand on a woman. But I tell you things I've seen. If I see my any of person close to me touch woman, I will cut you because they say environment matters. So you keep around you will influence you. So more of shake it. I don't want to be what do you call bad boy, wicked man. So that's it. So for me, it is the truth. Let us be real. The Blackstone told me something last week. That's your own personal. I don't want to say that, but something happened. You cannot be sent to. I used to see my mom and my dad. And when there is family, they play love. When there's both of them around, I used to see my mommy. My daddy too. He say, if you not keep quiet, you go see you. If you not keep quiet, I will just be looking at them and say, you guys are doing Jackie Chan. What is it? Then they smile again. They pretend. Uh, Sometimes I used to ask the question, Kini woman, yes, so before that something happen, before you take the beating of your life. Understand? So that's it. Me, I don't one thing is that some many of us we come after medicine after death. One thing is that you've not I don't know, I know that you're well brought up. And we'll be that they used to break bottle. I had it to even in church, they slap pastors, they bring the husband to church. When the pastor say behind their husband, the church enter the room, they don't spoil. I hear things that makes me to be shocked now. See, Nigeria is behaving like the Western world now.
But Mr.
Gbogbo
Triumph, for a woman to carry a bottle to want to use that to harm her spouse or her partner, that's a mental issue that the person may have, or a trauma that the person may have experienced in the past, probably while growing up, that led that person to be like that. Have you pondered on that?
Do you know that? Do you know that few months ago, understand? Because of I used to get a reply from families and friends back home in Nigeria. Somebody just newly wedding, was throwing stone on his husband in his car. On his car, he think the money we then give him too small for feeding. Oh my God, me money poro. I will not lie, Gbogbo owó mi, I gave it to madam, my wife. Everything she's in charge.
Mr. Triumph.
Eh?
Maybe that man was giving him more than before he married her. After marrying her, they give us more.
Me, I will tell me, I give my woman today. I dey give her all my money. I know one problem. Make sure they in charge. Give me pocket money. At least I have peace. I'm telling you, no be say I be woman rapper. I no be woman rapper. Just to avoid things. They say when they say when juggle don't mature, you go know who be who. Just one thing is that that's why sometimes any woman that is so quiet and calm, I'm afraid of. Ojo to Madaru, she will break that thing, she will chase you out of the house. There's one that talks. When he talks, I don't say anything. I say, no problem. But the ones that doesn't talk, I want silent here. You don't look well. I don't want trouble. You mean silent none. That's why I'm afraid. So that's it. So when they don't talk, I'm being real and positive. Understand? Not that you want. I've been listening to Blackstone, being what you call it, being a regular guy, this guy. I didn't want to.
Come,
You go tell
let
wife.
me see for you.
No, now the one that came in, it was you. I was listening now. And he was talking. Me, I'm being real, like.
You are not real at all, but Mr. Triumph. Let's be frank.
Okay, tell me. No. Honestly speaking, I've dated a lot of women before I got married. I'm talking what I've part of
We are
this.
still dating. We are still dating some now.
I'm
Solomon.
telling what is going on now in people's. You're telling you're referring to me. Oh, Nick Bami. Oh, Nick Bami. I've never beaten a woman. Mr. Triumph, I've never beaten
Anyway,
a woman.
I'll let you know who was
But
there.
Mr. Triumph, the question is, what will trigger a man
The
to
violence? The woman said something, Before I'm a man, the woman said something. when somebody is
Mr.
drunk,
Triumph, Mr.
when
Triumph,
somebody is drunk, wait
Mr.
first,
Triumph,
he
a
asks
real
you to not
woman,
say
a real
anything.
man, a real man will never lift his hand on a woman, no matter
Nah,
what the
like
woman
talk,
says.
make we dairy, nah, make we dairy. Forget that way that they talk for Western world. As an African man, hey,
Not be master what this is
Nigeria,
Africa. May I tell you, in
One minute.
Africa.
1 minute, Blackstone. Let's hear what Mr. Triumph has
I will
to
tell
say
you
on that.
because I have I have friends who rich and poor. When I listen to poor people, it surprises me a lot. The way they react. You know, when they are looking bottle, there is bottles in the front of their hand. They are making, they're highlighting. It's in the Western world. When we are highlighting, understand? We don't talk. Women can come and talk to us. We laugh and eat chips, things like that. Otito, Otilo. But in the African way, the woman will not come and disturb them. If not, you start seeing where they give the woman slap in front of everybody. You don't have respect. And women doesn't come and interact. It is here. I learn things differently. Let us be honest speaking. In back home, it's not the same thing we do here, Mr. Blackstone. Women love strong men. In fact, we say macho men. Men that authority. Well, they will run away from you.
Okay, so are you justifying that being a strong man means
May I come in, please? Thank you
beating
very
your
much.
woman?
Pastor today. I agree with you, my pastor. I'm being real.
Yeah, Mr. Triumph,
I'm being real.
we need to allow this discussion to flow around, please. And we're
Okay,
going to
okay. Let me mute
ourselves.
myself. Let me mute myself till
Please
the next time you
mute
go.
yourself.
Okay,
Doctor, could
thank
you
you.
allow the discussion to flow around, please?
Thank you.
If you have to time them, you have to time them, please.
Okay, do you have anything to say, Alexis, before I move to Eagle's Air?
Yeah, no, just move to Eagle, sir, please. Thank you.
Eagle's Air.
Yeah,
We're talking
I'm
about
with you.
we're talking about training.
We need to tell ourselves the truth. As somebody has said, anger. But in my own view, sometimes what triggers all this violence is one, disrespect. When you disrespect someone, the person will feel that you are humiliating he or she, and it will trigger anger. For instance, in this 20th century, you found out that, sorry to say this, you found out some ladies right now, they find it so difficult to respect their husbands. And you know, what a man cherishes so much in a woman is that respect. But when a woman refuses to give the man the due respect that belongs to him, it becomes another issue. For instance, if you want a man to treat you as a queen, you have to treat the man as a king, vice versa. That's the truth about it. Secondly, is that what triggers all this domestic violence or domestic abuse is that when somebody lack manners of approach, when someone lacks manners of approach, because there is some people, personally, I say in my life, instead of for me to marry a woman who don't have manners of approach, it's better I marry a woman who don't know how to cook, that I can easily endure. That they don't have to cook, I enter kitchen, I cook by myself. But when somebody is good in opening their mouth to abuse you, to talk to you anyhow as they feel, no matter how you play a card, defense will continue to be in your mind, and you will be feel it emotionally. So it's better that you are living in a house of the person who don't know to cook than somebody that open their mouth. That's what Bible said. Pastor is here said that. So it's better for you to live at the top roof of the house than to stay with a woman who has a bad mouth. That's the truth about it. Sometimes men now have bad mouth more than women. That's the main issue I have in life. So when somebody talk to you anyhow, in a way that you feel bad about it. Next thing that will come in is anger. He cannot just wake up and become angry. He cannot just start becoming angry. No. If somebody just wake up and become angry, that means that person need to go to psychiatric hospital. Let them check him very well. So disrespect a woman give to a man that live in the house, or the man give to the woman, determine how they were going to live in that house. Manners of approach matters a lot, because when you don't approach your partner very well, it creates a problem, it creates a lot of sin. The third one I want us to look into is that when there is lack of understanding. What do I mean by lack of understanding in a family? The last person that said something, Mr. Walter, there's sometimes you will do the right thing at the wrong time. There are some ladies, when there is issue, they want them to discuss the issue. It's when they bring the food for the man to eat on the dining table, they bring the issue. Is it the right time to settle the matter? No. She's trying to do the right thing at the wrong time. If you want to discuss anything, allow the man to finish the yummy dish that they dish out and give to him to eat. After eating, now you find out that the man is happy and the man is relaxed. Then you go to him and discuss whatever you want to settle with him. Or when you want to do the right thing, you find out that the man is not in a happy mood, and you are bringing issue to discuss. There's no way the thing will be ratified that place. Let everybody learn when the right time to discuss any issue you need to discuss with.
You have a
Sometimes
minute.
when you
Goes there. You have a minute left.
okay, sometimes what you need to do, if you find out that you want to discuss the issue with a man and the mood of that man is not conducive to discuss it, leave it that moment. If it is next morning, just go. There's something will happen. That's one of the things that trigger all this domestic abuse and all the rest of them. So sometimes we need to look into it and know the kind of person you're living in the house with, what the person he or she like and what they don't like, and when they need this and when they don't need this, and so that you'll be able to control the environment and control every affair that takes place that place. Thank you.
Thank you, Eagles. We appreciate your contribution. John Aber, your take?
Okay. Eagle Square, I didn't see you before that time. I couldn't see your name, so I didn't say hi to you that time when I was talking the first
So welcome, my right man. I respect you so much on this platform. Thank you.
respect you too, and Gladys and Mr. Triumph. Okay, I'm my brother Blackstone. Good evening. Good to meet you guys at Times Square of Adama and Tokwe. All right. The trigger can be anything, but in our society, if we want to direct it to that area, uh, I think we have a lot of undiagnosed mental health issues that we cover up in church in the name of prayers and uh, call it all kind of name, demons and all that. Um, so as a result, some behavior that we see in our community uh, is as a result of undiagnosed mental health and also people's experience and those trigger sometimes it's a flashback of uh, memory of what they have gone through and they see the manifest of it from someone, it triggers them, it reminds them they act that way. But in terms of I was hearing Blackstone about counting to 10 uh, if someone slapped you. I was taking it in general context. I don't know. I've never been slapped by my wife, but outsider, if you slap me once, I'll slap you 100 times. You know, I'm not gonna even waste 1 second. If you access me and
Jonaba, if it's a woman, you slap the woman back.
you can't access me that way. So I say my wife have no. I said that in that context I was talking at is in general that my mind went like, oh, somebody gonna slap me, then I'll be counting 1 to 10. So I now realize that we are discussing between a man and a woman. I don't put myself in that situation. Let people know how to uh, know what they are good at. I believe in prevention of those things. I'm not a person that will love to be slapped by anybody at all, and I don't do it to people. So my wife, not even my wife, women, we should know that what they have mostly uh, is their mouth, and you should know that that is their weapon, and you guys, you have to know how to deal with it. We work with women in the office. We work with people in various ways that we come across people on this platform as well. We come across each other. The fact that we are here, we can use the word that we don't purposely want to use, that somebody may be hurt by it, and it may not be intentional. It's just things go wrong. So, but personally, your question to me, I would not be if I think that uh, that situation will put to make me such vulnerable. I will not be there. I don't.
Jonaba, we lost you. For we can't hear you.
You can hear me now.
Yes, I can. We lost you for a
So
second.
my answer to you is that no, I don't want to. I don't love. I don't think anybody want to be slapped. But I don't. I'm not going to put myself in such situation. While woman to man in the home and all of that, is people have to understand that every home is different and every marriage is different. We're talking now so that people can learn that no marriage is a perfect marriage. We all have one or two things that we are better than the other with, and those are the I encourage people to build on their strength rather than their trying to work on their weakness, because I believe if you do that much, your partner or you will understand that this is where she's coming from. And I want to say this again: not all slap is out of a mean spirit. People can be emotionally slapped you with tension of that is the way they communicate that they are hot. And they can even slap you and hold you back to their chest, hold you back to themselves. They're just a reaction. So the fact that we say, oh, somebody slapped
That,
you.
that depends how hot is that slap.
No, no,
Jonaba, please,
no.
your
I
time
already
is up. I need to
established.
push
I
back
already
on that.
established the fact that I cannot be slapped. But I'm not going to use my own issue to generalize people. And I have seen, understand that I've been in the out there for so many years, and I have handled many issues on those issues of all these things we talk about, psychological abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse. I have dealt with it all my life, so I understand, and I've seen people that genuinely fought themselves, but to my own surprise, that's the way they settle their own issue. So that if the other guy did that and there's no reaction that way, the other one think the other one is holding grudges. And it amazes me. I was wow, it's unique. I've not come across that before, that when you are upset you fight each other and then you get away with it. And then you get over it. They say yes, that's okay. Everybody would work for them. To me, where I come from, it's strange to hear that. But when you open yourself like to this kind of place, you hear people that sometimes things you don't expect from them. And that is the beauty of life. It's about sharing your personal experience. It make it more authentic and make more impactful to others, so that people that are struggling will know that I'm not in this alone. People go through it, but there is a way out to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jonaba. Madam Gladys, your take, ma'am, on triggers.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sister Tope. Um, I still want to say here that when we have mentioned mental health, most times when people see people who are going through mental health situations, they hardly see it that way. They give it a different name, and then they end up giving a wife or a husband to such a person. How do you think such a person will relate with the person he or she has married to? I want us to also look at it this way. No matter what has happened in a relationship between a man and a woman, that will want to make the man have the mind to want to eliminate the man, or the woman wanting to. Because I've heard of cases where they said the women abuse the men. We should not leave that out of this discussion. There are some abusive women. They drink, they fight, they don't have respect for their husbands. And if they are married to such men, you see the men will stay very calm. But if it gets to such a situation where the man cannot tolerate it anymore, the man will look for a way out. But in our African society, I want to say our African society, not that it doesn't happen in abroad, it does. But the women, they do not tolerate as much as our women. Our women can tolerate to the point that, and why they do most of these things is that they do it because they feel that they have to stay back in their homes because of their children. I remember the case of a man who chopped his wife into bits in France, a Nigerian man, and kept her inside the fridge. But these were two lovely people that were in love. At what point did it get to where the man never loved the woman anymore? That he felt like he has this attitude in him to want to remove her out of this world, and then cut her into bits and put her into the fridge. And they have 3 kids. When we are talking about abuse, it's something that is very, very deep, that all hands must be on deck to handle it. But most times we say, let us pray and fast and see if the situation can change. Yes, there's no situation God cannot change. But if it is a situation where a man has a mental case or has a mental health, the man should be taken to the proper place to be treated. They don't leave such a man in the house until maybe he decides to become very dangerous, or he decides to pick gun or knife to want to attack the wife he has in the house. But like I've always said, the women, the society has actually given us a tag that no matter the situation, stay back in your home, don't move out. But like I said earlier, if it comes to a situation where the woman cannot tolerate it anymore, instead of dying and being buried, the best thing is to just step out of it. And the society will not come to ask you, why did you leave? You should have stayed. Because there was a case, I tell you something, where if I say it is as if I'm trying to expose myself, but I'll just say that because it's a personal issue. I just didn't know what a woman did to her husband, that it got to such a point where he sent hired killers to go and kill the wife. Yes, they caught up with her, gave her court, did everything, left her in the forest as a dead person. But eventually she came back alive. And she survived it. And since then, that was the end of the marriage. The man has never left threatening the woman. That's something of over almost about 15 years ago or so. The man is still threatening the woman, following her all about, sending people to remove her out of this world. But we need to know that God is the only one who gives life. You cannot take someone else's life and then you go free. There's a lot of karma. If you kill someone, definitely the same thing will befall you. But that is not the point of discussion here at this moment. But all I want us to know is that in a situation where a case cannot be managed, that case should be brought to the open. We do not say, let us manage it, let us endure it. God will change it. Also, if it is a situation that God has actually shown you the green light on how to move about it. And I want to also give us an instance of something that happened somewhere in Florida, here in America. A pastor that married a woman, I'm not going to mention his name. He got married and the marriage was okay. But somewhere along the line, the wife noticed some funny attitude in him, that he was behaving funny, talking harshly, telling the wife, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. And then the woman's brother said to her, please, can we report this case to the police? The woman said no, they should leave it. What happened at last? The day she went to work, she was a banker, right? Immediately she just got to her office. The man shot her, gave her how many several rounds of ammunition, and then she fell down and passed on and died. She's gone today. The man is in jail. And this is a man that has a church. He has a parish here in Florida. So we look at a situation where we must learn to call what things are all about. We don't give them a different name to color it or make it look fine. That definitely this situation will change. Whatever kind of abuse we have noticed, if it is where such a case is being treated or handled properly, it will not get out of hand. But I also want to tell us that some people take delight in seeing others in pains. Maybe a home that is being tortured, whether by the man or the woman. You see some people will come and say, please, people should not quarrel again. Don't do this. At the back, they go mocking and laughing at them. That's why I said a situation where a man and a woman cannot live together as husband and wife, instead of fighting day in, day out, becoming a nuisance to the public, or people coming to get themselves involved in your case, it's better to separate amicably and then still have love to take care of your children. That's my humble suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Gladys. And I'm sorry that you went through what you went through as a personal experience. Thank you for sharing. Electricity, your thoughts on triggers. Electricity, are you there? Mr. Triumph?
Yes,
I'm here.
sleeping.
Circle back.
I'm here. I'm always here now. I'm
Okay.
always here.
I'm circling back to you.
Okay. One thing that, first of all, I'm against violence, 1000% if it exists. And I've seen people, my siblings, that suffered a lot. The females are with their husband, understand? With their husbands, and I used to tell them that if it's not working, you leave. Some of them they say, no, what will people say? Because in Africa, there is a pride that when you say you are in your husband's house, you understand? But I don't support that. And if you say you should go, they say, don't bring that to your Igbo culture here for us. Keep it. That's your own. Leave us. You understand? It happens like that. Sometimes, according to Ego's, let me contribute a bit. He has seen a lot. He has seen a lot. For me, I tell people that men loves three things. First of all, the first thing every man loves is not food, is not sex, is respect. Is respect. So one thing is that when the man has respect, food and sex follow rest. He's going to do anything for you, for that lady. The moment you're giving that respect anywhere, want to tell them, they see that that man will turn to a baby into your hand, a puppet. You will control that man. It is very easy to control a man. It doesn't take too much. Once you give that respect, and again, you hype him a lot. Eh? That one, I know Yoruba are good in that. I don't know about Igbos, but Yoruba are good in hyping their men. So one thing that when you hype that guy, hype, he will submit to the, understand? So that's it. And again, men are logic. Understand? Why you women are emotion? Understand? Oh yeah, emotion. So women will like what we see. Why you women you like what you hear? You understand? So that's just it. For me, I love being real. I love being real. Understand? I love being real. So for me, I used to tell people that life is all about choices we make. Nobody's perfect. No marriage is perfect. I don't believe it. You can see, like the story that Madam Gladys just said. I had it also. I was shocked. I even know the pastor's name. He's in jail today. He's in jail today. What is just that even it's also happen also. Understand? In this super musician that sang very good worship in Nigeria. She too she had problem with her husband before she because of I beg you making her put love aside. Understand? Your health first, your security first, your life first. When you get life, you get hope. You have hope. Understand? So that's just it. So one thing that anything can happen. Sometimes even though sometimes some women talks. eh, they know their men's their partner weakening point. They will say that word that will trigger him. Because that secret, that old thing that he has done before. You understand? Done before. He will just bring it again. Bring it out. Moment you bring it out, the thing will pain the guy now. You understand? One thing that when the man trusts you, tells you everything, then later you bring that same thing out and start repeating in his face. Ah, oh my Yahweh, the guy will get mad. You understand? He will just start reacting differently, different before you know. So one thing is that I used to tell people that nobody is perfect. Nobody's perfect. Understand? One thing is that I learned from my friends. That's why I say that I like watching people's the good parts of people. Then I take it. The negative parts I keep it away. So that's just it. So for me, I'm being real. mm, I'm being real. So one thing is that I'm a Christian. I'm a born again Christian. I'm a practical. In French, we say pratiquant. So that's it. I practice what I do and what I read. So that's it. Even though you guys believe it or not, it is me. I believe in the Bible very, very well. So I live by it. I feed by it. So that's it. So I'm a God fearing person. Even though you laugh, it's your own opinion, cup of tea. So that's just it. So that's me for that. Okay, Madam Tokwe. It has been long I had the voice of Madam Adama. What's the problem? Is she busy or
She's
sleeping?
okay. She just stepped away for a few minutes. Thank you so much, Mr.
Okay.
Triumph. I want us to talk about
Can I say
a
something, please?
Please, I
After
want
that.
to put chip in one thing that I forgot. Please, pardon me.
is that Eagles
Um,
or Blackstone? I thought Blackstone.
Ego's
I
head,
was
Ego's head.
okay. Let you go. Let you. I wanted to say something. Let you go. Go
Okay,
because
Eagles head and after the Blackstone.
before the ego,
Uh,
before the ego come up for the ego.
Thank you so much. See, most of the problem that we have in a relationship or marriage, most of the problem, what this problem comes from the church leaders. I have to say this. Sorry to say this. They refuse to say the truth. They refuse to tell the spouse or the woman the truth. And whether they hide the truth away from them, it becomes an issue. You will see a pastor will stand on the pulpit and begin to state the congregations or the people that is about to wed that their marriage, they have been married for 20, 30 years, there have been no issue. Their marriage is so sweet, their marriage, there is no misunderstanding, this and that. How can you tell me that? Why don't you tell them there is a what is called wave of marriage? There's a wave of marriage. That when this wave comes, see how you're going to handle it. See how it's going to do. They will not tell them that in this relationship people are moving, in this marriage, there's bitter side of it, there's sweet side of it. So the woman will know by herself that because the one thing I know about women is that there's so much belief on what he tells them. And when they when they comes in, I find out some things are no longer the way they expected it with high expectation. Sometimes their mind used to be changed somehow. But you need to tell them the truth that woman, please, this is truth about marriage. This sort of something may happen so and so time, something may happen so and so time. Now, that one settled. Second one is that they say that you're going to marriage council. Marriage have no formula. You cannot use the formula. You cannot use the formula of my father. They used to do their own marriage to come and do the marriage of this 20th century. The only thing in a marriage or in a relationship, look at that relationship, the person that is with you. What are you going to use to make sure that peace run in that house? You cannot just come and tell people that in the eyes of God, man or woman are the same. Man or woman are the same level. This and the eyes of God. You are deceiving the woman. Make the woman to understand this man is the head of the family. You are the helpmate. Let me tell you the truth. You see, any man any man that stand and want to be an equal level with the man fight you. If man find out you are coming to the same equal level with him, he will fight you. But the man don't fight somebody that is below him. That's another thing in it. So we need to know how the church leaders are telling people the truth so that the problem will be solved. Not to hiding the truth from the people and keep quiet and expect that thing to work that way. And when they bring matter to you people, instead of for you people to do the right thing and encourage them and correct the mistakes, you began to tell them that you began to say so certain things are not supposed to say that way. And also, don't blame a man in front of the woman, and don't blame the woman in front of the man, so that they will not trigger their ego against each other. That's the little submission I want to give, and thank you.
Thank you, Eagles Air. The Blackstone, you had something to say?
Yeah, okay. What I want to say is this. When you get into the marriage life, what was your idea before you got in there? That's the first thing we have to actually understand. Because at the time of your friendship, courtship, whatever they call it, you're having everything going lively for you. And now you get married, you're now husband and wife, and things begin to change. What is causing that change? What is that bringing that change into play in the relationship, in that marriage? So one thing I believe that one of the actual problem that we have in this issue is that we, at the time of courtship, we are not truthful to ourselves. There's no truth in that at that period, that courtship, because you see the girl or you see the man, oh, beautiful, handsome man, beautiful girl, this and this, they want to have her and everything, Then you begin to pretend, begin to hide many things from her, or she begin to hide many things from the man. And then they go into, at the end of the day, yes, I want to get married. They get married. And once they get married, issues begin to pop up. And what the man did not see in the woman, he now begin to see it. And what the girl did not see in the man, begin to see it. Right? And I always tell people that at the time of your courtship, at the time of your marriage, are just two different time. It's never the same. You cannot use your courtship time to weigh how your marriage will be. It's never. It will never be.
Blackstone, I need to push back. From what you're saying, what I'm sensing is that you're saying that people are not real and, like you said, pretend during courtship, and that hinders either party from able to pick the red flags.
Yes, of course, that's a part of it, of course.
That could eventually become physical
an issue,
or
yes, issue in the marriage,
violence.
Yeah, it could be an issue in the marriage, yes. Yes, that is it. That's all. That's so. when they pretend to themselves, right? And there are so many reasons that why they pretend to themselves, you know. And then, and once they get married, the actual person begin to come out, you know.
But you know what? Blackstone now want to make a comment. That's why, come to think of it, growing up in Nigeria and as a younger girl, I used to kind of condemn our culture, especially I really didn't wasn't really exposed to the Hausa background. But when it comes to the Igbos or Yoruba, I used to, I want to use the word condemn that. Hey, why is it that when some Yorubas or Igbos want to get married, that their family will want to go back to the village to go and check? And I used to condemn that. Why can't you just allow people be, real to themselves if they love each other? But let them just get married and continue with their relationship. But being an adult and later in my 30s, I kind of realized that, hey, our culture actually makes sense. um when they are asking to go back to that whoever's village to check, that's why they always want to check whether there are mental issues in one's family, what, who killed who in the past, in what century ago. That's what they
Background
normally
check.
want to check. That's why they always want to check all these things before families consenting to couples getting married.
Yes, of course, but definitely that actually is just one aspect of it, which I don't think. Um, yeah, and a bad family may produce a good child. Just one aspect of it, which I don't think. Hello?
Yeah, going, Madam
Yeah,
Tokwe.
my coins. I'm burying myself.
Please, no, it's Tokwe. She's a
I'm
bit.
sorry. I'm sorry, Blackstone. Back to you. I had technical
Okay.
issues.
Yeah. Okay, I was saying, my thing was that, yeah, a bad family can produce a good child, definitely. So the background check is also very important, but that's not a guarantee that because the family has issues, things like that, previous issues, but the man might be a different person altogether in the family. The woman might be a different person altogether in the family, right? It depends. Most of the time, what I see is this: how you value the things you see. How does the society impact you? What impact does the society has on you? How do you assimilate informations that are going around you, or going like now these days, I would say social medias and so on and so forth, you know? So how do you take those informations? What positive effect or what negative effect does those informations has on that person? You know, so and these are some of the things, you know, like the woman will say yes, in Europe, in the Western world, the woman has a right over the man, you know, and the man may say, oh, okay, now I'm an African man, I have the right over a woman, you know, but this is not the actual basis. So it's not who has more right or who has less right that will make the marriage to work. It's both how does the both of them interact, how they handle themselves, how they resolve issues, right? So these are some of the things, like Ego S said, that I don't think because a woman does not respect a man or a man does not respect a woman, that's not the issue. No, they have seen so many intellectuals, men, women, right, who have very good, who are the example, a role model for good marriages. Do we have some of them in Nigeria? You know, so they are out there. It's not because also it's the same. Also, is the character wise.
1 minute, the Blackstone to round up.
Okay, so that's also the character wise. What character is the woman bringing? What character is the woman bringing? What type of character is it? So if you think that the previous life, the past life of the woman does not go occur well with you, why must you go into that marriage when you know that if it says this and so things, then at the end of the day you use it to be an attack factor against the woman, or the woman will say, oh, you did this, you just look what we had before the what is so. If you know that those things are going to be an issue for you, just go into that marriage. Don't go to that go into that relationship. Stay away from it, because you already seen that these things will be an issue for you in the future, because definitely it might one day pop up. And once it start popping up in the marriage, it also trigger the anger in the other person.
Thank you, the Black
Thank you.
Stone. Thank you. I want to focus the conversation now on post-trauma reactions. So if you've been a victim of violence in one way or the other, physical or mental or emotional, I want us to look at the reactions from this trauma. When a person reacts to something perceived as a threat, they tend to respond either by fighting the threat, which can lead to a crime and lead to death in the situation that Ms. Gladys mentioned earlier on, the coupled, killed with the other party. Another way one may react may be fleeing from the situation. So if you're in an abusive marriage, you may want to go through the route of divorce, or just simply just walking away from that abusive situation in order to avoid you allowing it trigger into a case where you may do what you're not meant to do, and just die the person. And then there's another route that we often see, and we always wonder, why does this always happen in an abusive relationship? People just freeze and they just remain in that relationship. They just remain there and continue taking the abuse. Miss Gladys, your take on traumatic reactions? Miss Gladys, are you there?
Um, like I already said, the best way out of such traumatic situation is
walk away,
to find a lasting solution to have your peace of mind. And people that may have gone through such, most times you see them, they are withdrawn, they are frightened at any slightest movement. But if they have their loved ones around, or maybe they meet someone, maybe a doctor, to advise them on so many things. Like here in abroad, people going for a lot of ways to get themselves back into the society. Because most times you see that these people, it's as if they've gone out of the way and every other person around them is like an enemy. But if they are made to go through some session of therapy, they talk to the doctor, they talk to people around, expressing their fears and their joy and their happiness. At times it can help to build them out of it. But most of these people, most times you see them, they'll say, "I never, God forbid," they never want to have anything to do with any man or any woman anymore. And they want to stick to that. But if they are allowed to receive some counseling, guidance and counseling, at times you see them, they may also end up having the best of a partner if they can actually make up their mind to let go of the past and then begin to have a new, fresh way of life But most times they say a woman who was once married, maybe if she gets into the second marriage, is it likely going to work? It will work, depending on what she wants. But I don't want us to believe that it's because maybe it's a situation where the woman does not respect the man, can make the man to become very violent. It doesn't come in. There's no basis for that or something to use to cover it up. That no matter, men have been made to be such that men can endure as well, just like the women. If you're in a home where your wife is trying to disrespect you and you try to caution her and she's not listening to you, she keeps up with her attitude, you need to call people into it so that they will know. It is not until you end up beating her or fighting, or like most men I know, at times they walk out of it. Walking out is not that they're ending the relationship. They can just walk out, take some fresh air outside, or they just walk around, chat with people, and then come back home. But if the woman is an abusive woman, that's why I said some women too, they have a way of making the men to get aggressive. Some women, maybe that's the way their upbringing or whatever it is. They abuse the men. We've seen situations where women have abused the men, and the men are also running, looking for a way to run out of the woman's lifestyle. Sorry if I mentioned the name here. The woman was busy using the man as a house help, cleaning the house, doing things. But the moment he had the time to take off, he ran away. And then when they went to court, most times people think that maybe because they have all the laws and everything in their hands, they can succeed and get away with it. When they went to court, the whole thing ended in the man's favor. That the man has really actually endured a lot in the woman's hands. The woman was very abusive, behaving funny and no respect, nothing. So the best advice I'll give anyone who is going through such is to just remain calm, seek advice, and then get counseled. You do not say that you just want to stay on, that maybe there's no more life again. Life is still very okay and nice, and life must go on. That's my suggestion. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Gladys. We appreciate your input. Eagles Air, your take on post-trauma reactions.
Yeah, I thank you. God will bless you on this program that you brought on, especially this topic, because if you look at the statistics of men and women in marriage, who died, you find that men died more than women because of the trauma that they are undergoing, and everything concerning emotional. Personally, I have witnessed one, or I experienced one. When a man is facing one of challenges or the other, and the man want to open his mouth and say out or express his feeling, they will tell the man, be a man, be a man. However, the man is dying inside though. They are telling the man to be a man, be a man. And for him to try to be a man, everything about him is going down. That's the main issue we are having. So sometimes, best form is that I keep on telling people that when the situation is very hot, like somebody like me, when the situation, I found out that the situation is very hot that moment, the best thing to do is just leave the scene immediately, leave the environment immediately. Look for one of places you go. By the time you go out that place and come back home again, some things will go out of you. But the problem is that is the woman in the house, is she ready to allow everything to calm down? Because there's some ladies that immediately come back, they start from where they stops. That's another problem. Is the lady ready to stop from where she stops and not to continue with everything, anything that concerns it? Now, there are some men that when the each situation had get to the level that
Attention to the contrast here, and I'm not so sure. Hey, Topper, can you hear me? She said she's really changed her mind because there was.
We can hear you, Adama. We can hear you.
We can hear
Oh,
you,
I am.
Adama. Eagle's Air is on.
Oh, I am
okay,
so sorry. I am so sorry. I just want to
no problem.
apologize.
No
I just
problem.
want to.
There are some ladies that when they're trying to bring the peace in the house, the man becomes an issue. What we need to do, look for somebody that the man respects, that the man fears.
Thank you very much.
Everybody have the people they respect. They have the people they at least they fear. Invite the presence of the person, trying to make the person to see what is going on, see what is going on.
Eagles, I need to push back 1 second. What if that person is the rich man and the controller in the entire family who doesn't have anyone that you can actually report him to? How do you cope with that situation?
Everybody has somebody that they're afraid of, Madam Tokme.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody.
like me, I don't have anyone. Sorry.
Oh, you see?
I don't have anyone. I take my decision. Nobody influence my that story.
Adama, you're cutting in and out.
Yes, can I? Oh, sorry. Can I say something? Zoe, stop it. I just got home and now you're making this fuss. Can I say something? I just want to apologize. I had an emergency. I'm on call today, so I had to step out. It was an emergency. Sorry. I'm back on. Topper, can you stop it now? I told you you're not coming on the couch. Stop it. Topper, give me. Did you hear me say stop it?
Yes, we can hear everything you're saying.
We can hear everything, Adama.
We can hear everything you're saying, Adama.
I'm hearing it loud and clear.
I'm talking to my dog, so that's why Tokwe is laughing. Tokwe, don't say a word to anyone. Tokwe, I'm sorry. You know, I had this was something I didn't see coming. I tried to control my situation, but it was out of my control. I'm going to be back. I've been listening when I came back. And I want to push back because I have some questions for the men on the panelists. So please give me 10 minutes. It may be less than that. I'll be right back. Thank you, guys.
All right, no problem. We are here waiting for you.
Eagles Air and Mr. Triumph, you were both kind of inferring that every man has somebody that you can report to.
Every man.
Can I continue?
The black
continue,
Eagles Air.
Yeah, in this life, you have to be reality. You have to tell ourselves the truth. We must have one or two person that we listen to. We hear the advice. We pay respect to. And we have that kind of, the kind of situation that come to that level. You look for somebody that person respect, that person listen to, the person you get advice to, and relate it with that person. Let me tell you something. You see, anybody that bring reports is somebody that looking for peace. That is truth about it. When you look for the person that person respect and play homage to, then when they report it, if it is in a church where the man respect the man of God or the woman respect the man of God, then you relate it to the man of God. Then if if the terms of the lady that she don't respect the man of God anything, but the parent of the lady is alive, you relate it with the parent of the lady. Sometimes we need to have a bad parents, bad mother-in-law, father-in-law, but there must be somebody within the home that you relate it to. Then you talk about somebody in a situation where the man is the richest man in the house. I want to tell you the truth, and that is the truth. Even if you're a billionaire in the house, there must be a person who always stand on the truth, no matter whatever thing you are doing in that home. He must stand on the truth and tell the truth. I think you do it to hurt him, but he has said the truth. You cannot, everybody in that house cannot be just dumb and be receiving everything they are saying. There must be somebody that will say the truth. In my own dialect, that's that now. Then whenever you are trying to cover your face, trying to make sure that you are respecting the big man of the things, most of the time you just cover your face, do for a basket and cover your face and talk to him and walk away. That's the only thing. When we try all these measures, it do not walk away from you. Then what we need to do is to do what? Respect your life and do what? Make a walk. Just make a walk away from that house. I have seen a woman when the situation had get to the height level. What the woman is doing, just go back to their house and stay. He did not separate. Did not divorce the man. Oh. He just go to their house and stay. Then what is happening? See what is happening. See what is happening. They should call attention of the man. And when they call attention of the man, and the man do not comprehend the advice they give to him, what next? They tell woman, you have seen how it goes. Please respect yourself and do the right thing. That's everything goes. But you cannot just walk out and separate yourself from marriage. You have not done anything comprehensive to make sure that you maintain the peace and all the rest of them. Then when you try your possible is not work, you know that this thing will not work for you. That's the truth about it. So sometimes we need to tell ourselves the truth, look for the solution, best solution, somebody that the person respect and somebody that does not respect all the rest of them. You know how to tell to them, and the thing will work out. The thing not work out. You know that another thing is going wrong. And then what do? You have to save your life. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Eagles Air. Mr. Triumph, did you have something to add to that before I get the pushback from the Blackstone?
Yes, let me add a lot. I will add a lot. One thing is that
Mr. Talkative.
you don't come. You don't come. We go talk for backstage. Backstage, we
No,
go talk
not be
more.
me and you.
No be if for I don't like to talk too much for public. I'd like to
Not be
give
me
a
and
good
you.
example.
This is a safe place, Mr. Triumph. Please go ahead.
Okay. One thing is that I used to tell people close to me. I tell them one thing. I don't go out to people that are just church goers. There are people that fear God, God fearing people. Number one, because if somebody is a God fearing person, he cannot do you any harm. So he has somebody that is afraid of. Not only just a grown man, I understand, but somebody that is afraid, that he respects a lot. When you just call the name, he sit tight, he listen, you draw his attention. You understand? Even though you get that money or you be poor, you understand? He will still respect you. That person, according to somebody that said the truth. I understand? There is somebody in my home. No matter as I do my giddy, just the moment that person just say, I just listen. They say, hey, I keep quiet. I listen because I give that person that respect. It is for anybody that is very respectful. In every relationship, we call this word compromise. You must learn how to compromise. Get some things you go let go and let God, according to Christian. I know the part of Muslim. There's something you let go and make and accept the other person. You understand? So that's it. Like now, there's some men that love snoring when they sleep. They snore. But the lady have to accept it. They discover it later. They discover it later. It happens. Nobody is. That's it. That's just it. I'm being real. Because I've been in the plane when I see somebody snoring close to me, I just keep quiet. Say, the wife, I give her kudos because of the noise. That's just it. I know many of you will be laughing behind the scene, but I'm being real. I'm being real. You understand?
Are you
So one thing
one?
is that, that means I say that the couples, your partner takes a lot. We accept it no matter what. No matter what. Some people is the drinking problem. Sometimes you just one thing that you just keep calm, you compromise, and then make sure everything works out. I'm being real because this program is always being real. Understand? I've been for the past over a month now. So let us be real to ourselves because many people are listening and they are going to learn from it. Not everything you I see now mouth they talk. Not everything your eye sees the mouth talk. Sometimes you learn how to you count 50 before you say a word. You can't feel before you know you are getting used to it. It's just a system. It's just a system of let's sitting back, relaxing. Yeah, that's why sometimes before I go into any matter, any discussion, I stay here first. When there's something that is not the right, I bring a word just to correct that person or to add or to subtract. This is the way things are. Understand? That's why I love the way Eagles talks today. It win my heart. Eh? I'm not going for men or ego. I'm just saying what I just think about you. You win my respect. So kudos. So that's just it. So one thing is that even Madam Gladys says something. Understand? You just wanted the good way we call it compromise. You just wanting that sometimes it happens. Yep, when something is not working, you just say okay, making her relax. You talk communication. Even talk you said it earlier. Communication matters. Emma sorrow. And you
Yes.
say that you cannot hide anything during the courtship. Lie. You cannot hide it. That's why they say I did my courtship for 18 months now. Most of people. I brought everything out. I brought it on. Then you talk issues, not only emotional issues, family issues. You talk financial issues. 80% of marriage divorces is caused by finance. Then later the other things. Eh? We bring everything out. You put it on the table. Understand? You talk. You bring solutions. If is if you have problem in the other room, you say it out to not after the marriage. After the marriage, then the partner discovers say Olenye. It will bring problem. Oh. It will bring problem. Oh. Or you have a problem on it, dysfunctional problem. It will bring problem also. That means you're a liar. And if you base your marriage on lies, even Bible say cut them off. We cannot talk too much. Understand? So that's just it. Eh? I will leave the rest for backstage. I know say at that the year. Okay, Madam Tokbe, have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Triumph. Thank you so much for your comment. The Blackton, did you have anything to weigh on that? Because you you stated there's nobody that anyone can report you to in your family, basically. You're the one controlling things.
No, Doc man, we posted that you have to put somebody. Every man is a man of himself, right? So, and do you know what sometimes what it means that your woman or to a woman a man takes the issue out to somebody. Sometimes it even increase the problem. You understand me? What I want to say here is this: I loved the music from Michael Jackson, "The Man in the Mirror." How do you actually assess yourself? How do you question yourself? How do you question your behavior, your attitude, your decision? Do you query yourself? Can you say I'm sorry to a woman or to your wife, even though she offended you? So these are some of the things. So when we are talking here, and let me put it like this: we have let me use this word. We have a centralized family. We have a decentralized family. I will explain. Centralized family whereby everybody interferes or try to know what is going on in another person's affair or things like that. A decentralized family that you handle your family the way you think is best for you. So why must my wife, for example, take my issue to my friend or to my family members without first of all discussing? We can have a discussion. We can communication.
The Blackton, what if you're not listening? You're not hearing her.
So that's why I use the word. How do you assess yourself? So if I'm not listening to my wife or to my wife, there's nobody I'm going to listen to. Because they will just assess, and I will go back to the home and do the same thing again. Because I've not assessed myself. Take a personal assessment of yourself. Why do you do what you do? Why do you be what you be? Why do you take the action you take? So
Please, I want 1 second. 1 second. I just want to say this thing. Bible said that the ways of a man seems good in his eye, but at the end thereof the death. So sometimes our own, some things we do may seems good in our own eye, but in another way around, we are moving towards wrong way.
I just asked you a question. I said, can you say I'm sorry to your wife that offended you?
I can easily say that, but let me tell you, everything we are saying here, vice versa. A man may be good, a woman may not be good.
Yes,
Woman may not be good, man may be good, vice versa.
You know one thing, if you want to have a happy home, you must be humble, no matter what. And you have to be able to make your wife or your partner understand the type of person you are. You understand me, right? Somebody said here that Madam Gwadi said that if even in terms of even quarreling, can you just take your shirt and everything, just walk out and let the situation calm down before you come back? Can you do that? I know all of us have our own bad side. We have positive and negative side. We have a negative. Everybody has his own negative side. Let's not hide it and say we are too good. No. Everybody sometimes have what they call 5 minutes of madness. But how do we manage these things? So when you talk about post-trauma life attitude, you can be able to be the person who will bring your partner after the quarrel, also create an atmosphere of peace. You can also be that same person. You can be the one that will even resolve the issue. I can also call that woman and sit her down and try to explain very well what is the reason why this happened. I believe a woman that now said, I called you my husband, will be able to listen to you. But when then it goes off and she doesn't listen and everything, or you doesn't listen and everything.
If she has made up her mind,
let me finish. So the best is to go apart. When when both of you cannot resolve your problem, I don't think anybody outside can resolve the problem, because it is a pretend that you are pretending to the people outside. Because when you come back home, you are going to do the same thing. So both of you, I always say one thing. I said the major issue, the major thing that causes a problem between husband and wife, they don't tell to the third party. Even we call both of them, come and sit down, let's try to resolve it. They never say that thing. That is the major thing that causing the problem. Both of them knows they will never say to the third party. And they go back home, the same thing will happen again. If it's a pastor, if it's a counselor you are talking to, a pastor you are talking to, they will not bring that point. There's always a point in there that will trigger this misunderstanding. But they cannot say it to the third party. So we have to, that's why I said we have to examine ourselves. We have to examine ourselves. The Bible says, as you said, that Jesus Christ said, if you tell your friend there's a speck in his eye, say, have you taken away the log in your own eye? That is it. So it's not a matter of say go and tell person, go and report to my a friend and everything.
Within the Bible verse talk before this sentence we talk now. Waiting I want to first, because once you just pick what you want pick up, there is a verse before it and after it. If you can tell me, then I can.
What is verse before? I don't know the verse. So you tell me now. I don't know the verse. It was talking about condemnation. That's I think in Matthew chapter 5 or 6. Talking about judging people. That's what we're talking about. Talking about judging people. So before you judge the person, you judge yourself first. Before you condemn the person, condemn yourself first. Look at yourself. That's why I said. That's why I said I refer to the music of Michael Jackson, The Man in the Mirror. Go and listen to it. It's very. It has a lot of message for individual person, for yourself, for you. So in everything, two people are involved in a misunderstanding. So both of you can also come back together in your senses and also resolve it. A third party does not actually resolve issues. most of the time they escalate it. That's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Blackstone. Eagles, there anything to add before I conclude with talking about the church, the role of the church and family on mitigating
This,
domestic abuse and
this,
violence?
Please, did you call me?
yeah,
Now, I was asking Eagles, did you have something to say? Eagles, Miss Gladys, did you have anything to chip
the,
in?
Yes,
the
actually.
little,
Okay, Eagles, please allow Miss Gladys go first, please. And
Thank
I'll
you.
go back to you. Thank
Uh,
you, ma'am.
the church and the family, they have a very great role to play in making sure that the family is well kept and in order. If you are having a problem, like I've heard the men say here, that you can call the man that such a man respects or honors to talk to such a person. But what if the man is the rich man in the family? He has all the money. Or
Yes,
they
that was
all,
what I mentioned earlier on. If the man is the rich man in the family,
yes, and they all worship him. Who is going to talk to him? He's a madman already. Sorry that I have to use that language. Because, like I heard him, one of the brothers here said, humility. You may be very rich, but you are very humble and down to earth. But there are men that do not have respect for no one else. They have the final say. Whatever they say is a final. In such a situation, if you are the woman, you look for your way and find your level instead of dying in a marriage. We've had instances of what people saw that has happened in the past. Maybe a woman that does not want something and people must insist that she must want it. Or maybe the man, like I said, some women too are very abusive. They abuse the men and then the men will stay. But whereby they cannot stay, they will just go out quietly and leave the woman. So my intake is that the church should also be more positive and not being at times taking side in some situations where the pastor is supposed to tell the woman the correct information. If she has gone wrong, say sorry to your husband. You have to honor and respect your husband. That's the way God has created it. You must honor your husband and respect him and love him. But some women, out of maybe trying to prove a point, they miss their marriages. Or maybe those people, they were not meant to be married or maybe stay under a man's roof. Sorry that I have to use that language. And you need to do it because the society expects that every woman must be. It's not all the women are not meant to be married. There are those that cannot even live under the same roof with a man. The man will be making sure that there is peace in the house. The woman is one setting fire in the house. In such
Ha.
Yes, in such a situation, we pray that the men will not meet such women, because I call them Jezebel of the modern time. There are people like that. They do not want peace in their home. They want to control the men. They want to talk to the men anyhow. The men, out of anger, yes, like you said, they can decide to hit her. But some men, they will just walk away peacefully. So the only thing I'll say is that the church have greater role in keeping the family together, where they can give them spiritual advice, to have love, respect, and honor for each other, and also ask them to fast and pray. There's nothing wrong in fasting and praying, whereby all the solutions have been sought for or sought out, and things are still not going the way they are expected to go. The two parties should just relax and then hope that things will change. Whereby it cannot change, for your mind's sake, not to fall sick because of going through trauma of being abused all the time. Just step out of it. So I pray that may God come to help us, because I know that the church is a rallying ground for families, where families can easily come together and worship together, do all things together. A praying family will not have such situation. But at times, Satan can come in to tempt a family that is heavily involved in church activities. You see them wanting to go apart. But with the love of God, God can always bring them back and then they live peacefully. So we expect the best, that the society should help, and also the church should also help. And a situation where a woman runs to the church, sorry that I have to say the woman, you run to the church all the time when you're supposed to be home to prepare your husband's dinner or lunch or whatever it is. Some men, yes, they want to have help to help, but at times they would rather want their wives to prepare their meals. And you, the woman, every minute you're in the church, and your pastor will not ask you, please, it's time to go home. You just dance throughout the night that you are worshiping. You leave your husband at home. Another woman will come and take hold of him. And that's the beginning. That by the time the man starts straining his eyes outside, that's the end of that marriage. It will be difficult for you to bring back the man. Like a man here said that men are like babies. Men actually are babies. If you hold them well, you will not.
Thank you very much, Madam Gladys. So you somebody's hearing me, eh? Blackstone, Sotigbo.
Yes, if you hold them well, the men, they behave well, they will love you, they will honor you. But the moment you want to put your hands across their heads, that is where you see the bad aspect of a man, and then you won't like it. So I expect the women, as you go to church, also remember you also have to manage your home. You cannot be out there dancing and jumping up, singing, and then your house, you cannot manage your house. Something is wrong somewhere. So that's my humble suggestion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Gladys, for your take. Eagles Air, you ready?
Yeah, thank you. What I'm trying to say in effect, I said that whereby a man, because of his wealth or his riches, and nobody talk to him. See that man, see destruction. See that man, see death. Anybody that live a life that nobody will be able to give him their humble advice or tell the person the truth. When something will come to swallow the person that he claims that is Okaka or is the greatest, nobody will tell him, and that's how the thing will swallow him. So we should be careful the kind of life or the kind of things we exhibit because of the what we acquire in life or where we find ourselves. If we are a man that living a life and nobody can talk to you, nobody can tell you the truth, bear it in mind. When destruction will come, nobody will tell you, and the destruction will swallow the man. There's no two ways about it. Now, in terms of relationship or marriage of any kind of thing, let everybody know their rules. Let everybody know this is my own rule, this is my own way, this is the way I should do. I should do this in this way, and this lady know that this is her own rule. And then let everybody know. Bible said that bridle your tongue. Let sometimes we bridle our tongue. Let us, before we say something, we bite it. Before you bite somebody, you have to pinch yourself. Then if you pinch yourself, the thing pains you, know that when you bite somebody to pain that person. That time you know this is your own role to play. This is the kind of things you need to do in life. But you know that in life, there is a wave of life. There is storm in marriage. When the storm comes, when the wave comes, how do you handle the storm and the wave? How do you understand? How do you find out this thing is wave of marriage? This is the storm of marriage. So they'll be able to know how to handle it. Because sometimes we refuse to tell ourselves the truth. And when we fail to tell ourselves the truth, that's when the storm, when the wave comes, it scatters everything. That's the most important thing. Sometimes there will be misunderstanding, there will be quarrel, there will be that kind of disputes where everybody want to express their feelings, everyone to express their mind. I keep on telling people in a home, when you come in a home, there's what they call agitation. There's what they call agitation. Then when the agitation comes in a home, you need to give a listening ear. Don't be Tinubu that will come and tell you the achievement that they achieve without looking into the cause of the agitation or the cause of what they call it, demonstration. First of all, look into what causes it. Then ask yourself a question. Am I doing it? Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? Then another thing, let me tell you the truth. Nobody will tell himself how he or she lives. If somebody out there will tell you the kind of life or the kind of person you are. If you go to exam, and write after writing exam, you give yourself you just use your hand to mark your script. Tell me whether you are going to fail. You will not fail. You will pass that exam. But if somebody out there who examine you, who look at your life, see some certain things, will be able to tell you, my dear young man, my dear young lady, this is how your life is. This is where you're getting wrong. This is where you're getting right. Now you'll be able to make amends. But when you say that you want to live a life that nobody will tell you the truth about your life and nobody will be able to give you some correction or direction, you're missing it life. And when you're missing it, before you know it, the trauma will come, the trouble will come, the wave will come, the storm will come. And when it comes, it will carry you from your leg. You will not have stamina. But when you have somebody that tell you the truth, this is how your life is. So it's better you have an opposition. The opposition opposition stand there to tell you your mistakes and where you're getting it wrong. You'll be able to correct yourself. But the truth about it is that when you're telling the person his or her mistakes, how do you approach the person matters a lot. There's a way you approach somebody. Like for instance, this 20th century, as we need with this now, you cannot tell somebody, can I advise you? The person will ask you, who are you to advise me? That's the main issue. When it comes and tell somebody, please let me advise, the person will tell you, who are you to advise me? But when it comes to the person and tell the person, I want to suggest something for you, he will give you a listening ear because he wants to give suggestion. That's the trick of life now, 20th century. You bring suggestion, tell the person, let me suggest this for you. Please, would you mind for me to say? The person says, okay, suggest. From that suggestion now, you'll be able to give the person advice or the direction what you want to tell the person. So you understand the language, understand the environment, understand the kind of person, then you know how to follow the situation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eagles Air. The Blackstone, did you have something to say before I have Mr. Triumph end on this?
Okay, what I have to say is this. Eagles, like you try to generalize everything. Okay, let me ask you a question. If probably now a woman that is trying to safeguard the husband, maybe from the friend and things like that, and then it became an issue that the friends or the family doesn't like that lady. So when they have an issue, and now, do you think if the man take that issue to his friend to the family, they will support that lady, or would they advise that man to continue in that relationship?
Number one, what the reason why the family don't like the lady?
Please, Biko, let him learn. I want you just to finish what he's saying.
Okay.
They will give him a formula to his answer. Continue.
You're not get formula to my
answer.
I
get formula for you. I get formula for you.
My answer.
Please, Blackstone, ask that question properly again so that Mr. Triumph can get what you're saying.
My question is this, right? We know there are some women, right, who try to protect their, for example, a woman that maybe the husband actually spent too much on the family, friends, and everything, and it's not prudent in spending and things like that, and the wife is against it, and the friend get to know, the family get to know, maybe a man that every time like every problem from the family is what that carries upon his head. You understand me? And the wife now is not actually in 100% in support of such a thing, right? So when there's an issue, and now the man takes down to the family or to his friends, will that woman be supported? Will he get a support, or will they say, if they take that situation, that situation as an avenue to antagonize the lady, or to discourage the man? That's why, yes, I told you before. I told you this is what she is, so on and so forth. So what is the so will that be?
You're trying to say that if the man is not financially disciplined.
I just use this as an example. There may be other things.
Yeah, there may be other things. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Let us tell ourselves the truth. Among all the whole friends of that man, none of them will be able to tell the man the truth. That means that man is in a mess.
Thank you. Continue.
That man is in a mess. Among the whole family, nobody will be able to see the truth of what the woman is saying. That means that family is in the mess. That's the truth about it. There's no how we live a life among all people that is around you. None of them will be able to tell the truth. My brother, run. You are in danger. You are in a high tension. I'm telling you, you are in a high tension. Somebody among them will say, I know what this woman is trying to say. This woman is trying to do something right.
Hello, Tokwe, can you hear me?
Hold on first.
I'm sorry,
we can hear you, Adama. We can hear you.
Just hold on. Let me.
Adama, we can hear you. We can hear you. We're here. The black.
Just let me tell you something. Is that you are saying is friends? How many friends will that man be talking to? Is it all his friends or just one or two? Have you not seen have you not seen a situation whereby even the junior sister or the son sister of a man will not like the man's wife?
It happened generally, but I want you to understand something.
Wait. Let me finish.
A friend who cannot tell the truth.
Let me finish what I'm saying now.
Thank you, Igwe.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying.
Go ahead. We are all ears.
How many friends will you take your family affairs to? You are saying friends cannot tell the truth. How many friends can you take your family to? Your family affairs to? That's the question. You are saying friends. You're not saying a friend. You are saying friends cannot tell you. How many friends will you take your family affairs to? That's the first question. So I don't understand when you say friends cannot tell the truth. Friends cannot tell the truth. What is the truth in the first place?
I want to come in here now. You know, if you have a friend of bar, everything revolves around you with that person is something like bar and nothing more. If you have a friend of club, everything revolves around you without that friend is club of a thing. So you see, let me tell you, there's something I find out in this life. I choose friend does not choose me. Because the kind of people that you allow in your life determine how your life will be. That's the truth about it. Now, in terms of family health, that of the family of the man, even if the last born don't like the woman that you marry, there's somebody within the family that like the woman. Not everybody must not hate the woman in that family. Everybody must not hate. And the woman itself, as long as the woman is doing the right thing, I have seen in a place where criminals, they want to thief, they want to do something. But there's something that happened in that place. Now one person say, oh boy, let us tell the truth. Oh. You know, this thing we are doing is wrong. Oh. This woman you are planning to rape now. It's very wrong for you to rape her. Oh. Why don't you allow the woman to be? We have collected the money, let's go. This among they are on oppression. Oh. So sometimes in every situation, people within around you determine the kind of person you are. Let's say the truth. The kind of people around you determine the kind of person you are.
Let's ask one question. How many people will you take your family affairs to? That's the question I ask. I don't say you have to have a bad friend.
Igwe, let me come in with my formula for Mr. Black.
Go ahead.
So for him to learn.
Please, can I ask a question? I want to throw a wrench in this question that we are not addressing, and I want us to be honest. Now I'm going to shift it, and I want to make a comment. This segment we're about to start is for adults only. If you have any kids in the room, please have them exit because this is an adult conversation. So thank you. So now I want to know why the women weaponize sex when it comes to having disagreements. So it's open to everybody to discuss. Thank you.
Blackstone, you first.
No, Mr. Triumph, we want you to start with first.
Why are you asking? Why you say me first? You go ahead now. You're an assess master now.
Mr. Triumph, please, because you had a take.
Go on the brand.
The last question before Blackstone.
Go on the link.
Okay, go, Mr. Triumph. Adama, we
Let's
can hear you. Please mute yourself.
honestly speaking, I would have loved you guys follow the line of okay, let me talk.
Okay. Okay. Let me start. Okay. Let me start.
Okay.
No, but the Triumph, you didn't answer. You didn't finish. You know, you wanted to push back on what the black
Yes, I
gentleman
wanted to give
was
him
saying.
a formula.
Don't
Yes,
give me a
But let them.
formula.
No, Mr. Triumph, you're trying to shift it. Stay on the topic that I just threw in. If you know you can't answer it, you yield the floor for someone else that will answer it. The question is, why do women weaponize sex when it comes to disagreements? So
It's,
please, we are all
it's
adults here.
because yes,
Let's
now,
have
it's
that
because the
conversation.
lady knows one thing that the man is a sex freak. The moment I used to tell men, I tell my fellow men, even though you love sex a lot, don't let your woman knows that. You have to have that side for yourself. Understand? Because the moment the woman knows, you can make it to sign a big check. So that is it. You make it sign a very big check. It will use it to control you. Understand? So what it is that there is something there's something that we men who start thinking with our third leg. Eh? We don't think with our brains. We do some decisions that we'll regret later. You understand? I'm being real here because of I was a victim before. I was a victim before. So that was it. That was life. Understand? Because of I know women they use it too. They use it a lot. Even mostly in Nigeria. They say if you never spend, the lady no go open leg. You understand? So that's it. But they will use it just to grab what they want to grab from you. But if really a woman loves a man, she will let go. She will open up. A big hug, a big everything, a big. Oh. She will give you everything all in 100%. Nothing restriction. But when the woman doesn't love you enough, wants to pay you back, this do me and do you spirit, she will hold that one against you. When you touch her, go say, leave me, oh, leave me, oh, leave me, oh. Understand? So that's it. We are avoiding you. And sometimes you will lock the door so you cannot come in. So that's it. So that's it. I'm talking about the experience. Oh. You understand? So I'm being real to thank you. Let me leave the floor for somebody else. Maybe I will add later. Thank you.
the Blackstone, you wanted to say
Oh,
something.
Okay, yeah. I think there are many reasons why a woman will try to use sex as a weapon or weaponize sex against the man. Right. First and foremost, the woman have known the weak point of the man. And once the woman knows, in fact, everybody, once a woman knows the weak point of a man or the man knows the weak point of a woman, they will always use that avenue as a weapon against the woman. The woman can use sex to weaponize a man that is weak, right? That is sex addicted to sex. That's first
Could you
thing.
no, Mr. Blackstone? Could you elaborate when you said a man that is weak? We need
Yes,
to be
right.
careful. Let me make a statement before you answer. We need to be
Okay.
careful how we say things. You know, I just want us to be cautious of what we're saying. Now, I'm talking about in a decision. I'm talking about a situation that has to do with couple, relationship, situationship. When I say situationship, we have all kinds of listeners, and we need to be open. We want to cater to everybody, not just married and relationship. Everybody, Gen Zs and everybody. What I'm
Okay.
saying is, why the women? It has nothing to do with if you are addicted or not. We all know of situation when you have a disagreement with your spouse, and when it comes to the bedroom, like I say, settle your disagreements as two adults before you come to the bedroom. If you know that you can't settle that disagreement, you have no business laying in the same bed with the person. You both should sleep in different areas. That's my opinion. That's my personal opinion. But I'm saying we all can say when it comes to disagreements, women weaponize sex as a way of getting back to the man. As a woman, I don't support it. I think it's wrong because if I have any disagreement with you and I, Adama, say, okay, let's talk about the issue, and we address that issue, and I agree to sleep next to you in bed, and whatever we both agree to do as two grown adults, married, relationship, what situationship, whatever you want to call it, we should be able to let go of whatever disagreement we have. But as women, you know, everything for us, men will say women are very emotional, which I agree and I do not agree, but I will stay on the emotional part. We don't know how to let things go. So, why do we use sex as a weapon? Thank you.
Okay, as I was saying, when I said it could be a weak point. For example, if a woman needs something, okay, let me say disagreement, argument, or quarrel after everything, right? The woman might use sex as an avenue to make the man. If the man is angry, was she angry? The woman can use sex as a weapon to bring the man back to what to the mood of which the man or she expect the man to be. Sex can be a source of something, weaponizing it as can bring in settlement, right? That's why I said the man can then begin to apologize or talk about it, yes, in the bed and so on and so forth, because she wants to have that fun with the woman, because I think that the woman knows that when she does that, she now can get the man, and the man can then listen to her. You understand me? So I think that's why some women do it. So there may also be other reasons why some women use sex as a weapon, weaponize sex against the man, right? So there are many reasons which I cannot actually give all the reasons, but I think there are many reasons. But one of the reasons I can see for me is that they can be an avenue, but weaponizing sex against them can be an avenue to bring settlement to that quarrel, to that misunderstanding, right? And maybe after one night, the next night they are good again, they are doing what they want to do, and so on and so forth, because the man tried to apologize to the man that night. The man is just so our woman pride. You understand me? No, sorry, okay, tomorrow, things like that. So I think they use it most of the time to get the attention of the man and to create an avenue for settlement or to repair what has gone wrong, right? And I believe that most men will actually go into that space whereby they apologize, they come back and say, I'm sorry, what happened? I wasn't myself, so on and so forth, So actually, it can be used in a positive way, also be used in a negative way. So that's my own take about this.
All right, can I come in
Thank
here?
you, Mr. Blackstone. I'm going to go to Mr. Pansat. Welcome to the show. You and Ekene having spoken. I'm going to go to you, Mr. Pansat. Could you please unmute? And after you is going to be Ekene. Thank you.
Hello, everybody on the platform. Kene.
You are welcome. You are
Brother.
welcome.
Yeah, Tope, how are you? Good to see all of you. You look good, and you do bring
Welcome.
very serious topics. Sometimes there's the benign part of it, sex, but we also have to know that there are people who are traumatized by some of these things that we'll talk about. I'm sure some of you are aware of that, and actually some of you, like Adama, is in some form of medicine. Weaponized sex is when sexual behaviors are used for coping, safety, survival, stuff like that, instead of assertiveness, right, and aggression. Trying to use it to establish strength, right? But then in light of the way you're describing it now, it's like someone intentionally withholding sex as a form of retaliation or to capture some unmet need, you know, trying to gain power in a relationship by controlling the time. Women normally associated with that. But on the other flip of it, you also have men who exhibit the same behavior by saying, you owe me sex, or I need you to give me a plan for when you're going to have sex with me and by tonight, you know, stuff like that. They had to get part while a woman is being overly sexual, and then they're playing hard to get at the same time. So the angle, knowing that you have a full panel here, the angle I want to, let me first, by the way, do the disclaimer to say, what I'm giving you here is speculative hypothesis, right? That's what I'm offering you. So I'm not an expert on any of these. So as I'm postulating some of these cases here, I want people who are traumatized, who have that. There are some people who in perpetuity they're in a relationship where that's a big problem, you know, which might represent an epigenetic response and exogenous trauma to them. I'm going to say that a clinical intervention is suggested by me. I'm not an expert at all. So having said that, having disclaimed it, and having so many people here to speak on the platform, let me just say that I had come in because of your last topic, but as I was just hitting the button there, you go to this heavy stuff. So I would say that on the area where men and women, it's just a social way, the friendly one, the fun part of why we're on a platform. We're not here for the heavy stuff, but the fun part of it, a woman playing hard to get and weaponizing her sex to do all that, that should be differentiated. That's okay. Real men like that. I know that I don't want a woman that I just touch her and she's spread her legs. You know, I want her to play hard to get, right? But do it in a healthy form. So that part of it, it's what I guess we can have fun with, that kind of topic. Unfortunately, this also does reach to the level that I was describing, the clinical part of it, where you need a doctor, you need people who are specialized in this. If you're suffering any kind of trauma from it, that you have to do something about it. But anyway, I will hang it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pansat, for answering. I appreciate you coming in and all this disclaimer you gave. I agree with you quietly for everything you said. Thank you for joining us. Ekene, could you unmute your nest? Thank you.
Yes, I already did. Thank you, everyone, especially Mr. Pansat. I'm surprised to see him today on this topic. That's
me too.
Quite lovely.
Me too.
But here is it, right? I will start with the last question you asked, Adama. See, you know, okay, let's come back home, right? Some men don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't go watch football. The only thing that keeps them busy is the other room, especially when they are home. I'm saying this generally. As a wife, I'm not talking about boyfriend, girlfriend. If you're my girlfriend and you want to use knacking as a form of punishment, or as a form of I don't even know what to call it. I'm very, very free to exit the door and look for somebody that will give me. The reason being that I know that women monthly, there's this day or these days in a month whereby they will be in need of that, right? Please also know that men do have their monthly need as well. You see that point, that those days or a day that I'm in need of it desperately, and you decide, if that Satan or devil enter your head and you decide to punish me with that thing that day, oh Lord, I will
One day of the month.
Do you want me to? I don't drink.
When the men are in that time, please, What time do
Yeah?
the men have?
Yes,
That
that's what
I
I'm
call
asking.
it
What day of the month?
call
Are
it
they
our
on their period?
our
What day?
you see our monthly period as men. You know, that month, that day that you will be so in need of that thing. You men, you understand what I mean? Yeah?
My home is, I have
You
hours
understand what I
during
mean?
the day. I
That
have hours
that
during the day.
yeah,
When the power goes in,
that type that will enter your brain and you cannot concentrate until you have it. Right? If I'm in
I
that
agree with
stage
you.
and you want to punish me, I will go get it. Just know that is a no. Don't use that to punish me. I cannot use that to punish you. You see, just like food, you don't use food to punish your husband. You don't use food to punish your wife. And the other room is a no. You don't use that to punish either of you. Like nobody should even use that as a form of punishment. I agree with the fact that if you're having problem, um, you try as much as possible to settle that problem. You know, don't let that problem to like escalate. If you're the man and you feel you have your pride, please, I beg you with the name of God, keep your pride somewhere. It's not your wife that you be showing prideness to. And if you're a woman, you're a very stubborn woman, see, keep your stubbornness somewhere, not in marriage. There must be compromise. You must put yourself down, like lower your head from that marriage to work. Right? So if you want to punish me, like I said, not me particularly, men, or if you want to punish your woman, I swear, you see that woman that you want to punish with knacking, just know, and if God want to punish you and she's a beautiful woman, go to her DM, you see how men are shaking her, try to woo her. If you want to punish her with that, and she's in that month where, and then somebody, all those young guys, all those new Gen Zs, one is telling her what she likes to hear. See, somebody will knock her, and you cannot do anything.
Okay,
You cannot do anything.
Why are you so concerned about Gen Zs? You're always, it's like anytime we bring up this topic about
No,
sex, you're
no,
always
no.
flirting. Like you
Why
feel
I'm
flirting
saying
with
Gen
Gen
Z,
Zs
no,
online.
they have energy. They have energy to do the work. They have energy, right? Those things that you are not doing for, they will do it.
Can I be honest with you?
No,
I
I'm
quite
being
agree
honest.
with what you're saying, though.
You see those things you don't want to do, like, some people are calling me play to wash and all that. See, those things that they will do it and she will like it and she will go for more. And if it's a man, they will do
Kenny, we're
wondering,
losing you.
why will my husband be going like this small girl? That small girl is giving her something that you're not giving him. Oh. Just know it. Or why is my wife misbehaving? There is one guy somewhere that is giving her. See, let's even leave that. Now, I think most of us were misunderstanding Blackstone, right? If you have a wife and you have a husband, and both of you cannot resolve your issue, that you must take it to your friend or your pastor or your family, I swear that is when you start having problem with me. Whatever issue we have, we can settle it. Are we not adults? Are we that stupid? When I came to you and I spin you to fall for me and you eventually fall for me and then we got married, we are all these people there? They were not there. None of them was there. So if we have problem, we should be able to solve our problem ourselves. Knowing that I'm not married to a mad woman, knowing that I'm not married to a mad man, I'm married to somebody that has sense. Unless if you know that you are married to a madman or you are married to a mad woman that will never agree to have a conversation and reach a reconciliatory positions. This is when you can now be taking it all your family issues to wherever you want to take it to. If you cannot sit down and we have a communication and solve our problem, that you must, if matter of fact, if you want to take it to your father, okay, take it to your father. Let me see if your father will come and force me to do what he wants, right? Or if you want to take it to your brother or your friend, matter of fact, if you take it to your friend, then I will conclude that my friend or your friend is knocking you. That is it. That is it. I don't care if he's not doing it. So you must have.
Thank you, Ekene. Thank you. I agree with what you said. At the end of the day, you said we should be able to, uh, um, we should be able to agree in what we want at the same time. Like to summarize your whole statement, you're saying to the men and women is attention to detail. Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute your nest? Welcome.
Yeah, yeah. Good evening, everybody. Can you all hear me?
Yes, so we can hear you,
Yes, we
man of
can hear you.
prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad to be on this platform. I completely forget about it, because I was in a different platform. I think one of your sister just mentioned what's going on this platform right now. So, oh, I gotta get out there. Moreover, the platform I was very toxic because it was a lot of bigotry going on. So I was gonna leave anyway. So, but I'm not here to talk about the other platform. But anyway, I'm here right now.
Nazi, Man of Prestige, and they wake home from
That,
your vacation. You know, I appreciate you. So thank you
thank,
for
thank
always supporting Tokwe O. And every time I see you, Uncle Pansat, Ekene, Mr. Steph, Mazi Prince, California, all the men in this platform, from the bottom of our hearts, we just want to say, yeah, Mr. Triumph, thank you all so much. Eagles Air, we are honored. Thank you so much.
you don't even have to say that much. Tope and they are done they are my gears now. So I always have them in the heart. Okay, so how I feel about you too, intellectuals, it's undisputed. But having said that, when I came back, I tried to play back what because I've been trying to play back what transpired because I left before the protest about everything. So I've been gone, So I tried to play back some of the space that happened, Dr. Damage. So I come across last week, I think it was last week, right, that I played back. I was marvel, and that's probably the main reason why I came in here because of Tope Revolution. So Tope, I applaud you because it take a brave woman to come out and use that self an example. So I even respect you more now than I did before. Okay, but this is to you, especially to Tope. Okay,
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
yes. So the composition is that domestic violence, right? Whether it should be private or I mean, in my opinion, no, it shouldn't be private, because domestic violence, when it happens in domestic, it has become a society issue. So it should not be the whole domestic violence or victim, it shouldn't be private or private narrative. It should be something, public,
Sorry
that
to
they
cut man of prestige. Adama asked the last question. That's the question you are treating now. That why are women avoiding giving the knacking to their
Oh,
mistresses?
Mr.
is
Triumph,
that
I
what
can
is
tell
that?
him.
I was just following the caption. I didn't know. I don't know what the
Okay,
topic
the
was
last
going, but
question I asked before I left, so I came back on my call and
okay. Go
my
ahead and ask
host
me the
knows,
question.
yes.
Go ahead and
The
ask me the
question I
question.
asked was, why do women weaponize sex when it comes to disagreement? We use it as a way of tormenting the men. So that was the wrench I threw in.
Oh, okay. You know what? That's a very good question. I kind of use, women, to be honestly, in terms of women are smarter, I don't, it doesn't have to necessarily mean intellectual, but certain things or whatever, how to handle things, they are more smarter than men, they can do something better than us in many, many ways. But having said that, I think it's a form of manipulation. This is what I think. Okay, we're not going to do anything to you. Maybe you have more power in other aspect of life. This is what we can use, to manipulate you because they know how we like, kerewa. I mean, we like kerewa, if you deprive us kerewa, it's just like it's more than food. Because men love, you don't understand what I mean by kerewa, right? I don't want to use the other word. Do you understand what I mean by
Yes, we
kerewa?
know what you're talking about. Yes,
Okay,
yes.
they use it in many platforms, instead of talking the other one. So because some platform doesn't want you to use, you know, whether they consider it a vulgar, word by the YouTube, I don't know.
We
But
were
anyway, so I'm stick with
planning.
Kerewa. So yeah, when you deprive men Kerewa, food is nothing compared to Kerewa. We'd rather have Kerewa than food. This is how we are. So yeah. So it's like an instrument, to manipulate us, to penalize us. So That's what I look. That's what I think women does that because that probably their number one ammunition they have. They know that they can get us to our core, you know, our core angle in that way. So they use that career, to manipulate us. I mean, that's why I think they do that. I don't think it's for anything, but unless just other issue in the marriage or something like that, maybe the woman is kind of dissatisfied or something like that, or the or the man is not capable of that kind of stuff. Just just no more relationship. The relation has dissipated. So that's a different thing. But the main one, when you talk in terms of deprivation, is a form of manipulation in general. So the other one has to do. You can tell the other one what is the main reason why women does it. So it's kind of. I mean, that's how I look at that angle anyway. No.
Thank you so much. So, how about the
Mhm.
issue of domestic violence? And is it a social issue? Is it a private issue or social issue? What is your opinion on that? Before I go to Mazi Prince, California, and Mr. Steph.
Yeah, like I earlier stated, it should be a public issue. It should be a public. It cannot just be a domestic issue because if you look at abuse, depend on the gender, women, I mean, men perpetuate it more. I don't know. I thought I had a data, but it's been a long time. I look at the data. You can give men. I'm just making up my stuff. You can give men. Maybe about 40% as the perpetrator. Then you give women maybe about 29 or less than that. So both gender do perpetrator, but it's more, of the men that does it. But whereby even at because when you talk abuse is not just physical. There's different kind of abuse. I mean, you can consider to be abuse. Verbal abuse. Maybe the sexual deprivation is an abuse too. To a certain end. That's against women, even to the other partner, because sometimes men does it too, or maybe they are not capable, or maybe they have an issue. So that may be something. So, like I said, there's very variety of domestic violence. That you can put in there. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot in that regard, but it should be public stuff. That's how I look at it.
Thank you so much, man of prestige.
Mhm.
Mazi Prince, California. Welcome to the show. Could you please unmute your nest, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, it's just there is somebody that left their mic on, so it's kind of like I'm hearing double voices here and there.
Okay, I think Mr. Steph has muted himself. Are we should be good now. Mazi Prince, welcome. Mazi Prince, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, so I can hear you right now because, like, right now you wanted me to talk, but then it looks like Man of Prestige is still talking. So it's kind of like I'm hearing two voices.
No,
I think why you're hearing him is because you both are in the same, close to the same. Let me mute. Name you both are. You know what I'm trying
I
to
don't.
say.
I don't think so. We are very far away. I'm in California. I'm in San Diego. He's in San Francisco. That's
Are
almost
you?
like about
I'm
I don't know
just
eight and a
no,
half,
no, no,
7 hours.
Okay.
Man of
What are
prestige,
you
I'm just
talking?
kidding. Man of prestige, I'm just kidding. Mazi,
Okay.
I think Mazi Prince had a problem with his internet. He's on vacation as well. So when he came last week. His internet was dipping out. So Mazi Prince, I don't know. Everybody's muted, so I don't see anybody that is unmuted. So
Okay.
could you?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay. So pretty much I think it's kind of like a little delayed, but it's okay. It Yes, I know what you guys are talking about. For me, like I always say, the first thing I would do is to totally agree with Blackstone and Kenneth on the fact that one, as a man, you don't have to take your family issues, to friends or family. You know, one thing that I've always done, and I still do it till today, is that whatever issue we have, my wife knows. She knows when I'm angry. When I'm angry, I just walk away. I just need that little break somewhere, you know, and then later on, we can talk about it later. I always encourage her, let's talk about it. And when we talk about it, that's it. It goes. Pretty much, I listen to Eagle Air when he keeps talking about respect. You know, in a marriage situation, when we keep talking about respect, also, I think there was also somebody who also said something about, oh, your wife didn't say good morning in the morning, and then wants you to fix the light bulb and all that kind of a thing. So those things are immaterial to me, because it depends on the kind of family you were raised in. You know, for me, I was raised in a situation whereby my dad will wake up in the morning. If we are not awake, if we don't, whoever sees who first, we say we say good morning. It doesn't matter. It's a greeting. It's not respect. It's not respect. It's a greeting. And sometimes I say, when you even greet somebody, and the person will tell you what is good about this morning. It's a kind of like some kind of like question. Good morning. And then if you are in a good, you know, it's good for you, you respond and say, good morning. Probably you say, oh, good morning. You know, you add the name dad or mom or, you know, or whatever it is, my love, or whatever you call your wife, or whatever it is. But me, it's kind of like whoever sees who first. You don't have to wait for her to say good morning to you. And she don't have to wait for you to say good morning to her. Whichever way it is, you know, you guys are one body. And I always say this, for you to give love, you have to love yourself. When you don't love yourself, then you cannot give love. You cannot give love. Pretty much you have to love yourself. And when you love yourself, you will love your family, and you will do things differently. You know, so, and in you know, when we talk, I really appreciate this program. Okay, and just a disclaimer: whatever I say pertains to me. Everybody has the way they handle their own family. I am not in a position to impose my own behavior on the way, my own way of marriage on any other person. You know, so that's how it is. But you know, in conclusion, just like the trauma that we're talking about, you know, denying your husband sex and denying your wife sex is never, you know, it's never a solution to any problem. A problem well solved is a problem well talked about. And as a man, please sometimes bring down your pride. Let's forget about this Nigerian pride that men always think they are the head of the house. I am a role model to my children, and I treat them, I also train them the way I learned from my dad. Everybody to me, it's kind of like, it's to be, you know, they have their rights and they have to be shown love. You know, so that's how I look at life, and that's how I've been living my life. You know, that's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mazi Prince. I really appreciate you for joining us. Mr. Steph, welcome to the show. Could you please unmute? Thank you.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir.
Where do you really want me to come in from?
You heard the last question I asked. I don't know if you heard I asked the question, why do we women weaponize sex, vice versa, when it comes to a disagreement with your spouse, relationship, or situationship? So why do we weaponize sex? And the topic of the today is domestic violence a social issue or a private issue? Thank you.
Why women weaponize sex? I think you people are the one that should answer that one. The women in the house, right? Because you guys are the one weaponize.
Mr. Steph, now how should we answer it?
You guys
What
should
did you
advise
guys do
us so
to
that
us
we
for
know
us to get there?
how to approach our own partners. Why do you people weaponize it?
What did you do for us to get to that stage where if you touch us, we say, don't touch me, oh, don't touch me. That's the issue we want to
No,
address.
on that side is understandable when there is unsettled disagreement or issues or quarrels. You understand? Naturally, um, sex may be the last thing in the mind of the woman. So it could be that she's intentionally withholding it or whatever, but sometimes it may not be that it's intentional, because I think more than men, women need to be in the mood for it to happen. You understand? It's easier for a man to, like want to have sex now and then even in the midst of the quarrel. But I don't really know it all that I know that women naturally, when there are disagreements like that, when there are something bothering them emotionally, they seem not to be in for it. Even if they pretend to be in for it, you will discover that their body is not really ready for it. I don't know if any other person have observed it. So
I
that's what.
agree with you because women do operate like everything is mental for us. Like for a man is the like I do agree with you. Like when I say no, everything is emotional for us. Like everything we do, and I'm coming from a medical point of view, and I do agree with you. It is different for the men.
It's different.
Yes, I do agree with you on that point. So thank you.
On the issue of the domestic violence or marital crisis disagreements, maybe if we'll also extend it to that, I think it's not shouldn't be entirely private affair. For a beginner, it should be a private affair. But there is a stage to reach, I believe, is better to make it more or less a social issue. Not just that you're going to go to the street and carry a microphone and begin to castigate either your wife or your husband. No. But when it happens, when it's starting, you guys should do everything humanly possible to resolve it between the two of you. But let us not fool ourselves. There are levels of disagreements that is going to be hard, no matter how communicative two of you are. There are levels of disagreement or crisis that is going to be hard for two of you to sit down and talk to each other, just the two of you, because level past level. And at that stage, what I advise that, which I've also told some younger couples, you people should always have somebody that both of you really revere, somebody that can tell both of you to sit down, and you people can sit down without questioning.
God bless you, Mr.
You
Stephen.
understand? There must be that one person. And I advise I should not be any member of your family. It should not be
I support that
it should
100%.
not be any member of your family. I'm speaking from a personal experience. I've had issues with my wife about 10 years ago. And up to today, when I look back, I always thank God that none of my family members was even aware of it. It was something that would have made or mar our marriage. But I thank God for that wisdom that nobody from my family, nobody from her family was aware of it. Had it been anybody new.
So Mr. Steph, who will you advise one to get counsel from? If you are
What
avoiding
he's
the
trying to
family,
say.
That's what I said.
Yes.
That's,
Mr. Steph, can I say something that you said that kind of stuck out to me, and
yeah.
I think for our listeners should know. Mr. Steph can answer that question, being that I'm someone that can relate to what he's saying. You as a person know those people you have in your life. If I say here and say your mom, your dad, everybody know the kind of relationship they have with their parents. And we cannot all stay here and air our dirty laundries in a public forum.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you know that person that will call you to order, regardless of where you are in life. That person will tell you, like for me, I know that person that will call me and say, Adama, sit down. And once I hear their voice, I don't care what I'm doing. I honor their voice because they have proven to me they are very consistent. They are not biased. They don't care about how I feel. They don't care how about the other party feel, like whoever feels. So, Mr. Steph, that is so
God
important.
bless you. That's exactly where I
Yes.
was going.
Yes.
Exactly,
So that's
100%.
why I came in, because Tokwe thought you have to pinpoint. You
No,
alone, Tokwe, can
you,
answer that question.
yeah. Only you
Let
can
that
answer
person
it.
speak to you.
My mother loved me so much to the extent that I know I can never involve her in my family issue, because if I do, even if I'm wrong, she's going to side me. That love will blind her. You understand? To side me. So you, it's a question, like Adama said, that you and your spouse must answer by yourself. And that's what, there was one of my cousins that got married last year, and I was telling him, asking him about the guy, the things you know about the guy. And I asked her a question. You guys have dated for like 3 years. Do you think there's somebody in this man's life that can tell him something and he will not question it? As in, no matter how stupid that is, somebody that can sit him down and advise him and say, no, you are wrong. And he will say, okay, wow, I think it's true. Or let me go, or he will go home and think about it. And not the type of, nobody tells me. Any man you see, whenever you see a man, a woman that tells you that nobody on earth tells me what to do, it's a very big red flag.
Wakwaso.
Somebody that tells you that nobody on earth tells me what to do, that once I'm angry, no matter who the person is, you can't tell me what to do. Run away. It's a very big red flag. So I think that goes a long way. Like I said, when up to today, whenever I look back, I am always grateful to God. I'm happy that none of my family members was aware of what happened. None of her own family members was aware. Because sometimes when you take things to the public place like that, you could reconcile at the end of the day. But because of the knowledge, there are so many people that are aware of what's happened. You understand? It tends to eat you up. It makes you uncomfortable. So that's why, even in the midst of that anger, that crisis, be careful who you take the issue to. Be very, 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 very careful. You may be a man, it may be your wife, you take her to your parents or your whatever. When you guys reconcile at the end of the day, you may have siblings, brothers that are also married. How are they going to be looking at your wife when you people gather together as a family? That's the question you ask yourself. So that's why I say that preferably, I would tell you that one person shouldn't be a member of your family. You know, it shouldn't be. But then, like I said, always exhaust settling the issue among the two of you. 90% of the quarrels, even 99%, can be settled between two of you. But there's always if you're unlucky, there will be that one issue that when he rears his ugly hand, most times it happens at the beginning of a marriage. You understand? It will be like ageme kon ayeme. You understand? And if care is not taken, that is always the one that breaks it. And if you guys are able to surmount that particular one, I doubt if there's any other thing that two of you cannot sit down and iron out. So I wouldn't say it's strictly okay. No, it's private issue. Don't ever involve an outsider. I will not cast it on stone like that. I will not. Except if you have decided that, okay, I'm going to divorce her or run away or leave her or whatever, or leave him. If not, when he reaches that peak, that particular point in time, before you call it go, find out that one person that can speak truth to power if it's politicians. That's all for that, my dear.
Thank you, Mr. Steph. I can relate to that issue. And when I speak to that issue, this person I'm talking about happens to be my father. And he said to me, he said, Adama, he said, meaning that nobody wants to see their child maltreated. So please handle your issues, because I am going to listen to you from a view of a father, and your mother will listen to you as a view of a mother. But me knowing who you are as a Dhamma, there are some issues I don't want you to come to me with. My dad made that disclaimer, not just to me or his children. I have 4 siblings who are brothers, who are married, 3 married except one who is engaged. And I can tell you, Mr. Steph, what you just said now struck out to me, because at the end of the day, be careful who you discuss your situationship with, because who you get advice from. One thing you need to ask. There is one thing I always tell people when if I don't know, if you ask me a question, I always tell you one thing, the disclaimer I give, whether you're telling me the truth or you're lying to me, I don't care. I'm going to give you an advice based on the information you gave to me. It's up to you that shared that information with me, that knows if what you shared with me, you want it to favor you or you want it to be against that person you are sharing that information to. So the word of the day is, be careful who you discuss your private issue, and at the same time who you open up to. Go to someone who you know will hold you accountable, and at the same time will tell you something you know, you who look out for you regardless of who is involved. And that really struck out to me. Thank you, Mr. Steph. It took me back where I didn't want to go to, but thank you so much. Mrs. Gladys Onyibo. Ndewo, Auntie, please can you unmute your nest? Are you there? Madam Gladys.
Yes,
Thank you,
I'm
ma'am.
here.
Thank you, Ndewo.
Ndewo, Kedu.
Odemma.
Okay.
So your nest.
Sorry, what do you want me to talk about? Sorry.
So we are talking about, I want us to pick up from what Mr. Steph said now, which is a topic we all relate to. When we have disagreements as couples or whatever relationship, engage or this thing, who do you take that matter to? That's the question. Who do you take your situation to, your disagreement to? You're having a disagreement with someone you are in love with. Mr. Steph says, and I support him, do not go to someone do not go to family member. And I said why I agree with him, because for me personally, my parents will look out for me, and the person, my spouse, they will look out for the other person. His family will look out for him. So the question is, who do you go to that will hold you accountable regardless of who you are? That's the question. Thank you.
Definitely going to family members when you have problems. Most times, I've seen in some situations where it does not end well. because your family members want to talk for you. The woman's family members as well want to also speak on her behalf. Possibly the best way is to get your situation resolved within you, within the two of you. Because at times you expose yourself by telling people things about you. They'll use the same thing to fight you, especially a situation where a man and a wife have a problem, and then they invite maybe the man's mother or father to step in to put in peace in the home. Eventually, most times the man and woman will settle and then that's over. But at times you see that they bring in more problems by extending your hands of friendship to people to come and help you resolve your issues. No one will help you to resolve your issue. You can only resolve your issues within you, the two of you. So most times I don't encourage people calling family members into situations. It doesn't end well most times. It creates bad blood at times. That's my take.
Okay, Auntie Gladys,
Yeah,
I want to ask you a question.
okay.
When you say family member, what do you think the family member do to make the situation worse? Could you please highlight and detail what you mean by family members? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Family members in this case could be your blood brother or your blood sister. Most people at times they pretend they love. There's still bad blood in homes. There are others that when they are maybe their siblings or maybe their cousins or whatever it is that they have problems, they make mockery of it. They laugh and yeah, such people at their backs. So that's why I said no need bringing in anyone, because at times you bring in people, you see that there's so much division, it creates bad blood. That's the way I say it. Because I take a situation from maybe something that has happened to someone that is around me or within my home, whereby the man's family will come in, the woman's family will come in, then they'll begin to try to sort out to bring in peace. But at the end of it all, the marriage couldn't hold. The man went his way and the woman went away. So I think the whole situation where it cannot be resolved within the man and the woman, inviting family members does not help at all in most cases. That's the way I see it. It rather brings in bad blood, creates a lot of enmity, pains and hardship. That's the way I see it. So I don't think.
Thank you so much, Ma. And for those asking, I am the only daughter in my family. I have four siblings who are brothers. So I can see some people are wondering, Adama, how many siblings do I have? Four brothers. I'm the only daughter. Yes, I'm
Are
spoiling
you
it.
the firstborn? Just to ask.
No, I am the second.
Second, that means you have soldiers behind you. Otigbo, Tokpe. Okay.
I am the second, and stop it, Mr. Triumph. I'm going to go to Mr. Pansad because I like his views, the way he states things and disclaim it. Uncle Pansad, could you please unmute your nest? Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, the question was when you have situation going on, when you have disagreement between couples, whatever situationship you have, who should you go to seek for advice? Family member or so, like what will your advice be?
Well, that is a dynamic question, you know. It depends on what kinds of friends you have and what kind of family you have. Love is not hierarchical according to your relationship. Uh, Respect people you respect. So it could be any form. First of all, you should prepare yourself when you go into a relationship. You should prepare yourself for all these uh, intangibles. You should counseling is a very good thing. Coming from Nigeria, obviously, we don't look at things like that. Going to counseling doesn't mean anything. But I'll use a typical scenario. Let's say you go to church. Your first call should be to your pastor, for example. People who are not biased. It's actually the way you have to set it up. Your pastor will be a good one if you're a Christian. Your church, family is also very good if you have sensible family members, right? Not everybody has. We take it for granted just because we're in a family, then they're smart. So it doesn't work that way. So you want to be able to, first of all, avoid the situation. It's easier said than done. In your family, it should be jurisdictional. You shouldn't just look for authority and control over your spouse. It should be something where they have sovereignty in some areas, administration wise. It should be an administrator in your family, both men and women. And try to gain the respect of your spouse. That is fundamental, not love. Love is a good thing, I'll take it, right? But respect is very, very important. So you go to the person you have the most respect for. Somebody who is fair, not somebody who wants to tell you what you want to hear. Now, but we'll bring it down to pedestrian levels, normalcy, where we all we have. Not everybody has the money to afford a professional to look into your situation. But like I said, church. Then the answers others gave, I don't disagree with any of it because it just depends on who they are, your family members, your somebody your spouse respects. It's also important. And you have to try to be honest when you're dealing with your spouse because look, this is very important stuff. Obviously, why I don't fit into most of this social thing is that you gotta be candid, you gotta be honest with yourself, right? So not everything is fun. Even though we're having fun here in this discussion, you have to know that there are people dealing with real life issues here. So the short answer in a nutshell, it's go to somebody who is fair, who is responsible, somebody who has knowledge, experience, intelligence, and all kinds of stuff. And you read. People today, day and age, they have the internet. You have artificial intelligence. So if you describe honestly what's going on, you could do self-help to begin with. It depends on what stage you are in, right? What stage and how serious the matter is, right? So my first thing is your pastor. Go to church, do some things like that. Thank you very much.
So much, Uncle Pansat. I really appreciate your input. Mr. Triumph, you're next. Could you please unmute?
Yes, so Madam, no. So Kankuku, everything you guys have spoken, I agree with you guys. I accept it all. Understand? And and for me, for couples to be very, very strong, I call communication and compromise. There's some people, as I said, that there's some people that you have to feel like now. In my own siblings, my younger brother's wife, my sister-in-laws, they call me every time, enter their phone as few friends of mine call when their spouse calls. I know that there's problem at home. There's problem at home, and I used to tell people that you always call somebody that does not really likes your spouse. Understand your partner-in-law that will tell the partner the truth. Like now, they don't go and meet my mom. My mother loves my brothers a lot, both of them a lot. So they come and meet me. So when I start talking, all of them they sit tight. They sit tight. They call me Iron Man in my family. They call me the Iron Man. So when I say something, whether they like it or not, they will sit tight. And again, God come bless me again. So I thank God for that. So that's it. And again, I don't abuse that rule to start talking down on them. I just see them that in the front of their wife, I shout at them, but when their wife is not around, I talk sense to them. See, that's not how they do things. You understand? You have to behave. There's some things you overlook. You overlook. Not everything. You open your mouth. Understand? You just let it go. Let it go. Sometimes you just move out and come in. Sometimes I used to hear that the ladies will lock the room and say, "Beat me, make I see. Beat me, make I see." So you understand. So one thing that I say, those try and avoid. After sometimes, the lady will come down and apologize. That's the lady, those that have brains, understand, that understands, and they have conscience, understand, those that are well trained. So in life, nothing, you can eat your cake and have it all. So that's it. So one thing is that we have to be okay and compromise. We compromise. I believe in compromise. And for me, I have some people that I listen to, no matter anything that happens. This person, the moment I see the name on my phone, I just sit right. I say kilo, then I start calling my spouse. What is the matter? What have I done wrong? He said, no, just to say hi. I say, oh my God, thank God. What did I do again? So at least that's it. Because of at least it brings just it brings check and balance. Check and balance. I used to tell anybody I want to get married. Then don't marry somebody. There's one thing that if you want to marry, open your eye and your heart at the same time, and during courtship, and ask a lot of questions. And any man that doesn't fear anybody, doesn't have fear of God, and fear somebody, ọbụna okay o, kò ń ṣe ọkùnrin o. So that's it. So for me, that's my own take. Nothing else. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Triumph. I really appreciate your input. Mr. Egus Air, could you please unmute your nest? Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to say something that is very important. You know, initial time when we are talking about this segment, somebody said that, okay, it was you that say you're not happy that whenever they want to go and get married, they go and do some inquiring concerning the family of the young lady or the family of the young man. The reason why sometimes they go like this to know the kind of parent they have in the house. Sometimes when a lady have a good parent in the house, it helps in marriage. So it is to a man. I'm saying this thing with experience. My elder sister, at least she gave me a gap of 10 years at the age. She used 10 years to senior me. This is my elder sister. She has a problem with her husband and she come back home and report to my mom. That husband did this, my husband did that, my husband did it. My mother asked her, what did he do to that man for that man began to react to that way? That's the first question. My mother asked her, what did he do to that man for the man react to that way? Do you want to tell me that the man is a madman? What happened? I'm your mother. I know you very well. I know your life. I know what he can do, what he cannot do. Tell me the truth, my daughter. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Now, she have to open up and say everything. Then she was advised, I have built my own home. Go and do the right thing and build your own home. That I'm not going to come and build your own home to you. Go and build your home. If you know the place you are doing it wrong, go and do it right. That's how it goes. And so everything we are talking about determining the kind of parents the man or the woman have, or let me say the kind of in-laws that they have, determine how the situation will goes. Before you take your matter to third party, that means the situation has come to the brim that two of you will no longer handle the situation on yourself. To the extent that the young lady probably don't want to listen to the man. Then who next are you going to talk to so that the person will advise the woman or talk to the woman? If they have a good parent, fine and good. If they don't have, you look for somebody. I have said it time without number. Before you marry a woman, Try to find out the person the woman used to be afraid of, the person the woman used to listen to. Number one. Try to find out the person the man listen to, the man respect to. So that when something is about to happen, or something got out of hands, the two of you can no longer resolve it by yourself. The next person that will handle the matter is that person they respect to, they fear about. It's not somebody that will handle it. Probably it may not be a family member, it may be just an extended family that can handle it and tell you the truth about it. Probably your spiritual father in your church or pastor or whoever, or reverend father, whoever, can handle it for you. If the thing could not be able to handle the two of you, there's somebody that will come and advise. After the advice, you feel that now, everybody find out where they're making mistakes. And they go how and resolve it. So, but before every other thing, two of you have to take the step to resolve the matter within two of you. Then if the thing gets out of hands, that two of you can no longer resolve it, then you seek for third party. Then the third party determine. That's why I say who is in your life. Somebody in your life determine the kind of life you live. If you are the type that have your life is just like a house built without fence, anybody comes in and go. That's how the kind of your life you'll be seeing. That's why I say I don't choose friends. Don't choose me. I'm the one that choose friends. I choose the kind of people that comes in my life, because the kind of people that comes in your life determine how your life will be. So the most important thing is that let two of you, first of all, try to resolve the issue very well. Then when it gets out of hands, then that's when you look for a third party. Then why did the woman use it to weaponize as a weapon? One, women use it as an to agitation or to protest. What I mean that to protest in the house that I'm not happy with you, because I'm not happy with you, this thing will not take place. So then if you are the man that understands what is going on, what do? You resolve the issue with her immediately, because she have agitated that tell you that this thing don't happen. Secondly, woman, when you see a woman the way it is, they are created. When the spirit is not there to do the main business, you find out that nothing will work for her outside. It's left for you as a man to do the right work you're supposed to do, to make sure that she calm down. And there's three things I always think of women don't forget in their life. You see, whatever the woman do to you as a man, she don't forget it so easy. She don't forget it. Whatever thing she did to you, anything good or anything good the woman do for a man, she don't forget it so easy. You see, any word a man say to a woman, the woman don't forget it so easy. Woman don't forget it so easy. Because of that word he said to her, she don't forget it so easy. Then the last, the first man that enter into the life of a woman,
Those who skip dessert,
they
but
don't
when
forget it.
Ghirardelli chocolate.
So that's the things we need to look into it. So, but everything, we want let everybody resolve their own matter in a way that it will helpful to them and not them more. Third party sometimes is of two sides. Either it create or destroy. But let's everybody resolve their own issue first. Then if you get out of hand, then you start looking for a therapy that will help people out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eagles Air. I appreciate your input. Man of Prestige, could you please unmute your nest, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity again. I see where the conversation is pivoting to. I think when I first came initially, I made a broad, narrative about the whole thing about about domestic violence, and I stated about what entail like physical, sexual, emotional, economical, psychological, you know, all those are part of what I said is psychological. But going back to what we are talking about right now, um, men and women, like I said, if like I have some example, that I can use pertaining because I've been married for about 22 years. Actually, it's going to be 23 soon. But anyway, having said that, there's always going to be problem in a marriage. There's no doubt about it. But communication is the key issue, you know. And women, to a certain degree, I think I said it earlier, they use the kerewa, as a form of manipulation, but you have to learn, And for my, typically, when I first got married, the initial part of it, my wife, that kind of person that used bearing grudge, you know, to weaponize me. But in due time, you know, we was able to work out that through communication or something like that. We don't even be a grudge anymore. Before anything that happened, we have to sit down and talk about it. And we never, if we not talk, we have disagreement for anything. I mean, there's no marriage that is perfect. So let's just call it a spade a spade. It's not, but it depends on how you manage your partner, So before anything happened, we never, even at time when we had disagreement, we have to resolve that before we go to bed. We don't go to bed. We die. She's gonna call me and say, "Oh, let's talk about this." I said, "Let's talk about it." That's gonna happen. So we do try to iron everything before anything happens. So that's part of what keep relationship going. So talking about whether we should have outside people involved in our relationship. For me, we don't do any immediate family, my parents or whatever. Because when I ask because my parents, they've been married. I mean, that's the only two people they met, to each other. So they've been together for a long, long time, forever. I mean, that's the first wife. I mean, that's the first marriage for both of them. So they've been in together for eternity, that I can say. So I tend to seek an advice from, but I don't mention what we are having in our, in our relationship. I will use an example, because he's a very, he has a lot of wisdom. So he can give me an advice, how to maneuver, how to handle marriage and all that kind of stuff. But there's never a day I say, Dad, I'm having this problem. What can I do? Because he's gonna be, he's gonna be very sentimental. I mean, I'm his son, regardless I love my wife, but I'm still the son. So I don't want any kind of biasness in our narrative. So what I think it might be proper, if you have a problem with your wife, you're trying to communicate and resolve it issue. I think over time, it depends on what kind of communication you develop. If you have used the previous event, in order to resolve the future event. So that's how things are. From there, you can go from there and be able to resolve everything that's happening within the marriage. So I'm the kind of person that believe the family. I don't involve family. I don't involve friend. Any kind of marital problem we have, I go to an independent arbiter. The only person that I go is my pastor. It's not that I say my pastor is God. I mean, I go to church, I listen to my pastor word and everything. I take the word, that he preached. I mean, I don't regard him as something higher than me, but I listen to what he preached because he commits sin too. But in terms of being an independent arbiter, so that's who we go to, when we used to go to counseling. And you have some men who don't believe in counseling. And I was like that. Believe me, I never really believed. I said, what can you tell me? There's nothing you can tell me. It's going to be going through this ear. It's going to be coming out of the other ear. Because I don't believe that, any counseling can resolve something. But over time, I was able to open my ear and listen to both sides, and it's what I make up, if we want to make up that counseling I was given, I mean, the person that give you that counseling, maybe if you want to go with the family member, but I don't believe in that because that's not a proper way. This is just my own strict opinion. Maybe it work for some people, but I've seen it, whereby it take opposite direction. If I have to guess, it take more opposite direction than being good. If I have to involve family member, so I'd rather go to an independent arbiter, that can call a spade, without being sentimental, to the narrative in that regard. So that's the way I look at marriage. Communication is very important in that. If you have a problem, you need to talk about it immediately. Don't let it linger. So you have to learn from experience, like I said, somebody who's been married for about 20 something years, you know, don't let it linger, iron it out immediately. So in due time, you're going to be used to that. If something happened, you're going to talk about it immediately. And, it will be, it will be a very good relationship, I'm not saying, people doesn't deviate from some time, or sometime, you delay that or something like that. But I think that's how I think things work. I mean, it has worked for me, so I can only speak for myself. Everybody is different, every family is different, but in my family, it has worked pretty good for us. So that's my opinion on that.
Thank you so much, man of prestige.
Mhm.
I appreciate your input. I'm going to go to Mazi Prince of California. Could you please unmute? You are the next person. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Just like I said earlier, um, someone you can talk to, depending on what the issue is, happens to be my wife and my sister. First, my sister, my elder sister, and then my wife. But when it comes to marital issues, I don't take it to my sister because she was somebody that I stayed with, and she taught me a lot. You know, I learned a lot from her, meaning that I had the privilege of her telling me things, as in teaching me things to, how to handle man and woman issues. A little digress that I could give. I don't know if I've said it here before. I think everything has to do with history. I'm so fortunate that I happen to marry a woman who, in nature, is a conservative, and I'm a Libra. You know, meaning that in whatever we do, we have to come. We really have to come to a consensus in order to to handle that issue. Good thing, I've not really had a problem that warrants me going to a third party. Sincerely speaking, I've not had that issue, And at the same time, too, just like I also mentioned earlier, history is always a great teacher. My wife was a classmate of mine, okay, in Nigeria. And while in class, we were not friends. The only thing I know, or the only thing I knew about her was that she's among the people that sits in front of, those front seaters, meaning they are the ones that interact with the lecturers more than us. I am among those who are in the middle. And then you have the back sitters. The back sitters is always, cultists and party goers and all kind of a thing. But we are the middlemen, as in we are the cool ones in the middle that kind of like try to be friends with, the front and the back. That's what it is. And while in class then, I was studying my wife. She didn't know I was studying her. I was studying her. I kept watching her. And, until, we graduated, I went my way. I traveled out and they did what they need to do and all that stuff. But at some point, we kind of met, we interacted on Facebook. I think she asked, I saw her friend request. And when immediately I looked at her, I was like, oh, wow, this is this person, and I accepted her. And at some point, we had some conversation. Now, one thing led to the other. And, though she had a relationship at that time, but for, I don't know, I think God really wanted us together. Something happened and I came into the picture. And me getting into the picture, just like every other person will always say, always send people to the villages to know you know, who that person is or not that. I had already sent my elder brother. He went with his entourage and he did his findings about her. And my going to Nigeria was to meet her parents. And immediately I met her parents, I already have my facts all, added together, told them about my intention, and thereafter that my family will be coming to meet them. So, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is this: marry someone that you could be proud of, marry someone that you will trust. Okay? I always look at people, and then they will come and say, "Oh, don't tell my wife this. Oh, I don't want my wife to know about this." And I look at them and I said, "Then who did you marry? If you didn't marry a friend, somebody who you can trust to be with you, and I'm telling you the fact, you can call my wife right now and talk to her. She will tell you that my husband can do this or my husband cannot do this, based on the fact that we are open to each other." Okay, so like I said in a nutshell, I've not had a situation whereby I've included um, a third party into my marriage, and so far so good. God bear me witness, it's been a success in my marriage. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mazi Prince. I am California. I really appreciate you. Mr. Steph, you're next. Could you please unmute?
Yeah, I don't know if I still have the need to go for a second missionary journey. But just to emphasize what I said earlier on, disagreements is part of marriage. Try as much as you can to resolve it among yourselves. But if it's one of lifetime issue that you cannot really resolve among yourselves, don't feel bad about it. Look for a responsible party. In quotes, that two of you can confide in, that is trustworthy, and let him be the arbiter. And while doing it, two of you should have an open mind towards it. Like I said before, I cannot really define who that trusted third party is. I wouldn't say pastor or this or that, because some pastors may not fit into that category, in my own opinion. But if you are lucky to have a pastor that fits into that category, well and good. But the only thing I can advise is that you have to be careful so that it will not be somebody who is not responsible, so that you don't finish discussing it, and even if you resolve it, and when you look back, you still feel bad that such a person was even aware of what happened in the first place. So there will always be that one person. That's just all I have to say for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steph. As we are coming to a close in this segment, I just want to tell everybody thank you for joining us. And if you know anybody going through what we are discussing, please seek help. Um, I want to say find someone you can trust to communicate with. And at the same time, we are having this conversation, so we stop it. I'm on the live show. Um, I want us to be at the same time, let's have empathy for whoever we are dealing with, and realize that there's something Mr. Pansat said that really stuck out to me. Every situation is different. And please do not be judgmental. Treat people as human first, and realize that people, just because you have the ability to do this does not mean that everyone else has the ability to do that. If you have the opportunity to listen to someone, make an impact in someone's life, please do that, and encourage. And at the same time, I always say to anyone that I encounter that is going through something that doesn't sit well for me, safety first. Safety first. When you're safe and when you're in a sound environment, you can think clearly about what your next step is. Abuse is a no-no. Say no to abuse, no matter what kind of abuse it is. At the end of the day, let us learn to treat each other as human first. Respect, communicate to understand, and not communicate to respond. Thank you. Tokwa is over to you. Then after that, I'm going to end it. Thank you so much.
On behalf of Adam and I thank you all for joining us today. I want to appreciate my family in the comment section and every single person on the platform today. Shout out to Mr. Triumph, Uncle Pansat, Mr. Man of Prestige, Mazi Prince, Blackstone, Steph, Auntie Gladys, and to Electricity, Kenneth. Thank you all so much for joining Adam and I today. We appreciate you all. See you next time. Have a lovely week ahead.
Can we make a final submission, please?
Yes, you're free to make that before I click mute.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to thank you and Tope, for changing the narrative, because most of the platform we go is more political and some other things, but sometimes we need certain kind of insanity, we have to pivot to a different narrative, and this is very, very enlightening, okay, so keep on doing what you're doing, okay? I appreciate you. I will never, I always give you that credit you deserve. Thank you again, everybody.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you. And I want to say to Uncle Pansat, I love Uncle Pansat. You know why I love Uncle Pansat? Uncle Pansat, for someone like me, who is I have a broad mind. I can tap into what he says and I listen. I always tell people when I come to this public space, I don't take what people say personal. When I say it's personal, when I take it personal is when you start attacking me on a personal level without knowing who I am. And I will tell you, all the men on the platform, Auntie Gladys, Tokwe O, Mr. Triumph, Mr. Steph, Man of Prestige, Uncle Pansat again, Mazi Prince, California. Thank you guys. We are so honored to be on this platform. And when we created the show, the main thing we created the show for was to discuss social issues that impact us as Africans in the diaspora and back home. And I just want to say I am so grateful. Even with my busy schedule, I can, whenever we have anything going on, Tokwe can speak to this. I will make sure that I make myself available. And I've gotten to know Tokwe. She's a sweetheart. Tokwe, I couldn't have done this with anyone else but you. Mr. Electricity, I know you're working tomorrow. Thank you for trusting me and Tokwe. And I just want to say thank you, everyone. We are honored. So, Tokwe, with your input, can I end?
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely next
weekend. Yes.
Yeah, bye-bye, everybody. Very good job, you ladies. You did a fine job. It's a new show.
Sir. Thank
so
you.
just stay consistent. It's going to pan out, and you're going to have thousands of people here very soon. We're going to promote you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Dalo.